Feel anything. It's in a book, reading Rainbow.
We are taking Echo.
Nguyền rủa bọn con chúng mày. Có ai có đạn dự trữ không? Ôi.
Bad. Oh, that's a fucking.
We are taking
Why? Why would you do that, Delta?
What happened?
Threw a grenade, killed 4 of us.
Delta is being attacked.
4 friendlies. Like,
I love it.
They're in Charlie.
Amadas. Bandit at Angels 28.
we're at 2800? I don't think we were.
Bandit lead. Moving in for the kill.
Laser core ready.
Dodging a core. Break. Good tone. Box 10. Viper 1 lost control. I'm losing control. Going down. Mayday. Going down.
Briggs, this is BT-7274.
63.
Viper is down.
Copy that. Board the Draconis and secure the Ark. We'll prep for transfer.
Cooper, ready for fastball.
Alright, buddy. Did you really, you piece of crap? You betrayed me. Oh, man. That was ridiculous.
Briggs, this is BT-7274.
Let me back up
Viper
a lot.
is down.
I should be able.
Copy that. Board the Draconis and secure the Ark. We'll prep for transfer.
Cooper, ready for fastball. Recommend you disembark.
Alright, BT.
Adjusting for wind resistance.
Let's do it.
Calculating.
Hurry up. Throw me. I'm alright. BT, you have this. Yeah, I'm gonna help.
I've lost the hatch. Need cover.
Cooper, aim for the cockpit. Take the shot.
BT, you okay?
Defeat
Left arm severed. However, I'm still operational. This ship is rapidly losing altitude.
We didn't need our
It's up
left
to
one.
us, Cooper. Down here. You're approaching the Ark's containment unit. The containment unit is too large to carry. We must improvise.
So let's just throw it out.
I cannot reach the Ark. Cooper, I need your help.
Is it okay if I touch this thing?
Quickly, we need to get off the ship. We are running out of time. This way, Cooper.
The Ark. Secure the Ark. Achievement unlocked.
Get the Ark out of here!
Negative. We are trapped.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Protocol 3. I will not lose another pilot. Bring Brace for impact.
Okay, BT. Love you, buddy. Please don't break my spine. Oh, come on. If you're gonna say you want the freaking wheel, take the wheel, stay on it. Cause we're just turned towards these rocks over here. Dude, you're just wasting those rounds. You're not even close. Alright, that's the outpost right there. Why are you turning us? That's the outpost right in front of us. Like I said, Raph or whoever wanted the wheel, you were so desperate for the wheel, and then you just jump on for 2 seconds, jump off, and nearly ram us into 3 islands. I want to see you standing next to me, so you can take the wheel and not let go of it. Not you. Talk about the other two. Why would we head south when the outpost is right in front of us? Yeah, I get the enemy ship, but they don't care about that, Tex. There you go, Raph. Jump on it. You, jump on it. Or let him jump on it again. You're so desperate to go to the outpost, but you know what he's gonna do is turn it away from the outpost. Raph. I'm asking you to just come over here. Steer the ship to the outpost. It's right there to our right. Because Tex keeps turning it away from it. And most of you guys keep turning the ship and then ditching it, which turns us towards rocks, like right now. I don't know why you guys keep setting it to turn and thinking you can forget about it, because that's how you hit a rock every 10 minutes. Oh man, like, yeah. I'm glad someone sees I'm trying to be patient, because it's one of those things, it's like, just stand here, grab wheel, touch nothing. It's why I normally play the captain role, you know what I mean? Like, I don't necessarily want to, but I like it, because then I know at least we have someone competent at the helm. It's not gonna play like a turd. Did they finally brig me? Oh, thank Christ. Oh man, finally. I was asking to get brigged like an hour ago. No, that was 2 hours ago. There we go. Finally got it. Let me see if I can brig other people. Yes. 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 Ladies. Dude, I was asking for that break an hour ago just so I could turn off the lamp in here. So it's kind of funny how long that took. Oh wow, I haven't updated my highlights in forever either. So I need to update the bot. I need to just have someone do that stuff for me. Oh hey Torger, how good are you with programming and such? Or not program, but I have basically a thing that I don't know how to do. But I wanted to set up a thing for sound bites, and it might require a website, but I don't know. I just don't know how to do it because I'm dumb. You know, maybe I'll just do what? I think he still wants to fight you. You just have to melee him back and get wrecked.
Level.
Oh, I have no aim assist on, so... So if my aim ever looks a little jacked up, that's literally what it is. No help from the computer. Hey, buddy. Oh, I hit him right in the head with the grenade and it insta-deaded it. Wait, did I just fight my way all the way over here for nothing? Dang it, he ran. Whatever it was. Ah, can't talk today. I sound like I'm stuttering, I feel. Oh yeah, hopped up on Mountain Dew. I'ma get you like Spider Monkey. Woo! Ain't got nothing on me, I got a tank. The Mako will show y'all. Catch a ride. Just kidding. They call me Scooter. Let go. Stupid ass box. Yeah, whoever it was, I don't know if they were elite forces, but yeah, it was like his special guard that they knew they were gonna die that day, or, you know, during that time. So what they ended up doing is popping themselves with all that crap in order to, you know, take out as many Americans as they could before they went down. Yeah, Scrooge is the best. This is one of them moments. Catch a ride! The whole freaking city's in the sky. You did. If hacking was this easy, I'd be so good at it. What? It killed me through the wall. Look at Shepard just sitting there like, how did this happen? Cheating old games with their bullcrap and their bullcrap. That wasn't fair. That wasn't fair. God dang it, turn, you dipstick. Yeah, Russians don't hack. They do a lot of heroin, but they don't hack. I still feel bad that we did that to them. I honestly can't believe they tried to use a Fallout 4 hack. I mean, it was probably one of their editors. It's like, this is a good image to show what hacking looks like, as in just, you know, they just need something. It wasn't necessarily supposed to be good or anything like that. In your face. Flashlight face. How's everyone doing? Okay, if I fix the mic this week, everything should be golden. Let me fix that wire real quick because it's bothering me. Get over there, you. Oh, so basically everything should be fixed at this point. Where's the wire go? There it is. All right. You stay over there. It was all like spaghettied out and doing weird stuff. My Bob Ross mints right there. Sorry, I rearranged the desk the other day when I was cleaning, so basically I'm completely done with this side of the room. I just have to somehow get in my closet and organize my clothes. My closet for the last like year has easily been the place where I just chuck things and be like, I'm done with it. You know, like old military gear. It's literally all over the floor inside the closet. Like, I'm like, I don't give a shit. And it's not really a real walk-in closet, but there's like maybe 2 feet, 3 feet of like, you can go in, turn around, you can walk out, you know. But yeah, so it's full of just shit on the ground. Like, it's like 2 foot high of just junk. And then there's like some boxes and stuff from like Amazon that I'm like, oh, I'll take this out tomorrow, chuck. And then I forget to do. So stuff like that. That's the goal this week, is I need to clean my closet. Anyways, today we're doing Fallout 76. Something else I was going to say about that. But we're going to try to find Nuka World and do all this new stuff that exists. I might make a new character, as me and everyone was discussing yesterday, because apparently everything I did was considered old content. And you can't access new content with your old character. In other words, like the NPCs they've added and stuff like that doesn't exist for the old people. So I might make a new character. I'm not looking to it. Let's get over to gaming. Well, I thought my audio was fucked up for a second there. I was like, oh no.
I saw what you launched.
Well, then come down here and talk about it. Anyway, so the new intro looks really good. Yeah, I had a feeling it was maxed out audio. Alright, let's bring that down. Menu music can go way down. Alright, there we go. Now we're at reasonable levels. Alright, so I'll bring the radio down. Chat. I hope that doesn't mean voice chat, so I have to hear other people. Actually, it could be fine. I don't know yet. Push to talk is on. Oh yeah, so there is voice chat. And it's auto still. The old way where the first week if everyone played Fallout 76, one of the issues was there was no way to fuck with the voice chat, if I remember correct. Like, you could turn it off and it would still be on. So people would hear people and be like, what did he say? Yeah, say some racist shit. Alright, so push to talk's on. Pip-Boy radio. Steps. Alright. We'll give that a try. If it needs more enhancement or whatever, we'll fuck with it. Let me know. Because my keyboard's way over here, it's like me going like this. It's so difficult. The non-Fallout folks. I don't fucking know, Lucy. Just come down here and talk to me about it. I'm not typing all day. Shit, fucking bothers me. Yeah, my hands literally end up over here. Like, you can't even see this hand, really. Just like... It just feels so stupid. Alright, game. We'll mess with this inside the game. I don't use aim assist, but just in case if it's on for mouse for any reason, turning that shit off. Oh, you can turn off your backpack. Oh, that's cool. So, like, visually, you can... shut it off. I don't think I have a backpack when I think about the game. Attacking grenade. Why would you attach grenade to that? Well, mouse button 4. Boo! Actually, I'm pretty sure Fallout 4 had the same controls. Never mind, so you just hold... I think? How would you power attack, though? How can you bash, which is, you know, one tap. Power attack, which would be, you know, in most games, a hold. And then throw a grenade, which would be, I guess, hold longer? Yeah, I might have to make a new character, because they might have changed some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, so there's auto run and always toggle. Wait, auto move and toggle run. I think that's my same one from either WoW or... No, it's the wrong one. Okay, let's do... Boop. That one. And then it's the same as Arma. So I can auto sprint. Or was it Daisy that had the auto run? One of them had auto run. I fucking used to use the shit out of that.
Daisy has auto run.
All right, now that you're here, because I don't want to type anymore, it's just like, get down here, you fucker.
I was in another Discord.
I wasn't even in Discord. What are you talking about? Anyways,
I was in Discord. One sec, I got to turn down the sound. Holy crap.
that's what I was going to tell you. I was going to say, before you start it up, turn down the sound as soon as you can. It's like blowing my earballs out.
Yeah.
Like, for my deaf ass, it wasn't so bad, but I'm like, for my viewers, you know, who have working ears, this is probably horrible. Which I realized my last Darktide video was like that. The sound was fucking maxed out or something. Because it's a different computer than what I started with. And I was like, damn it. Sprint left shift, VATS. I don't even use VATS. Is left control, perfect. Run. Why would run be C? Who the fuck did these controls? Go punch yourself in the nuts. Oh, wait. Wait. You know what? No, that's okay. I just realized there's a sprint button. Okay. Auto
Why
move
is the preset on low?
Probably the last setting you picked like years ago.
I haven't played. I haven't played it on this computer.
Well, yeah, but Steam can remember your settings for certain games, at least graphically.
Bethesda was the last time I played it on the launcher.
Yeah, me too.
I haven't checked. Display, borderless window, 1920. Yep, it's preset to low for me too, so I think that's just a thing.
It's annoying. It's like I've got a
But
beefy
it's,
graphics card. Why not use it? I've got one of the last EVGA graphics cards.
Oh, ever? I forgot they stopped because they were like, fuck
Yeah.
you, NVIDIA. I hope they switched over to AMD, to be honest, and they're like, we got you, bro. We'll aftermarket the shit out of your stuff. Alright, so there's like, I like how in Ultra, they're like, yeah, no one wants DOF. Depth of field is completely turned off. Alright,
I like how I turn off
I'll turn
voice
it off.
chat mode,
Yeah.
and then I change something in display, and I go back to audio, and voice chat's back on.
Oh yeah, I just kept it on. It's set to push to talk, so I'll just have to set up a button. But I remember when the game first came out, I was talking to the viewers about it, where it's like, when the game first came out, you had voice chat off, but it still worked. And so you were hearing the most
God.
heinous shit during that time, because people were just like, you motherfucking... You know? It's just like, Jesus Christ, just pure racism coming out of that guy. And report. Like, and for what reason? You shot me first. All I did was shoot back and you died in one shot. It's not my fault.
So if I make a new character, does the
Yeah.
camp follow me?
Like, your old camp's probably going to be with your other character.
Oh. It's a
Why
good
won't the
spot, too.
fucking thing move? Yeah, you just have to walk back there and reset it up. But your camp always was able to move, like, wherever the hell you were, because there's no point in having it somewhere you're not.
Yeah, my camp's
Unless you're a little fast travel whore.
no, I
Disgusting.
run everywhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I run everywhere, especially in Fallout 76. I was like, this is so fucking cool. Alright, that's dark blue. I don't think I want dark blue. I want, like, Pip-Boy blue, which is, like, right there.
Can I skip this intro? No, I cannot. I don't care. Oh. Oh my god, this chick looks like a heroin addict.
Character that you're making.
Yeah, face 11 for the females.
Auto capacity. Yeah, it's probably fine. Yeah, power armor HUD, enable public notification, show damage numbers. No.
Oh man, this
Show
one
the
looks
player
like she's
names
seen
on.
some shit.
Yeah, on. I don't know what remove means, but we'll keep that on for now. Conversation history size. Alright, got my dialogue, subtitles on. Alright, I think that's everything.
Oh, I can be thin. I can be super fat. Oh, yeah.
They finally allowed the normies in.
Oh
You
my
could-
god.
You could be the hero that starts out 300 pounds and wins.
So,
Oh, shit.
my chick has the muscular body of a guy despite being a chick. What?
That's kind of cool, but I'm like... Alright, let me see my
She
character.
needs some curves, and she ain't got.
Oh,
no
I guess I
curves.
do have to make a new character. It says last time played in 2018, but like... Going blank. Alright, let me just try to play it and we'll see what happens.
Well, you're playing with your
Yeah,
existing character.
I'm just gonna see if it works.
It
I'm probably
should-
gonna have to make a new character.
It should work.
Oh, so you can do like custom worlds and stuff like that.
You have to subscribe.
No, what I'm saying is like we were talking about it yesterday, and people were just being shitters about like everything I was talking about. They're just like, "You can't do that," and I'm like, "You probably can," because they said you could after a year. Like, they're like, "But you'd have to pay for the server." I'm like, "No shit, you'd have to do that in any game." Like they're weirdly arguing with me about stuff I didn't understand. I was only level 50. That's not so bad. Real Challenger. Achievement unlocked.
This is Commander
Yeah, I'm
from
not
Kiev
50.
Special
Air of the
loadouts.
USSA. This is an emergency. USSA, come in. Please, come in. There was a malfunction upon reentry. I repeat, we've crashed somewhere.
Oh,
Status
is that the
unknown.
Brotherhoods?
Broadcasting
talking to
my
me?
coordinates. Please hurry.
How do I go into third person?
I think it's V. Victor.
Oh, here we go. Where did all my armor go? They took my armor from me. Never forget what they took from us. Oh, a tomahawk. Wait, seriously, what was my armor? Alright, first let's jump out. Hopefully someone doesn't steal my power armor. Oh, it's our boy, all covered in dumb shit. I was totally like Bandit Raider looking. Alright, and then... I guess it just pulled my armor off for some reason off it. Oh my god, it glitched out. Oh wait, there it goes. Let's do excavator. Right away off. Okay, so that's for me. Oh yeah, and I got the old excavator outfit. There, now I got real power armor. Yeah, this ain't so bad. Alright, yeah. And then I could be this level, that's not too far ahead of everybody, and then I can go back and run through quests with you guys.
Oh, that means I don't have to stay on this newbie character?
No, you can, because everyone else is going to be on new characters. But I'm like, I don't feel like making a new character. I might just do it real quick just for funsies. Oh, you can change your icon. How do I leave? Oh god, I've been isekai'd. I don't know how to get out. Oh yeah, I got the Saltron head. That's cool. Alright, how the hell do I get out of here, though? Oh, okay, so heavy attack and light attack are two different things. Neato. But seriously, how the hell do I jump out of the game back to the main menu? Z.
Hit escape and then Z.
Said that. Alright, and then I'll try to make a new character just to see what they look like these days. Worlds found. Oh yeah, did you add me on here?
No. I'm
Get
over
all
encumbered.
on it. Yeah, it seems like everyone starts out over encumbered. Your Widow strength score is too small.
Is it because I've got the power armor thing? Let's just get into the power armor.
Hey, no, I didn't want this. Whoa, there's a NPC in front of me.
Power armor that has no armor at all.
Barrel Ghoul Offset. Let's see what level I am.
Where did all my armor go? Oh,
Sorry, little feral buddy. Had
it
to be
was
done.
removed.
It's part of the nuke codes. I remember those. There, we'll be back up like 10 feet. Alright, cool. I guess this is when we were going for the nukes back in the day.
I still can't travel because I'm over encumbered, despite the fact that I'm not. Oh, I'm over encumbered by 2 points. Wow.
White 2 or...
Just 2 points. Oh, all my armor's off.
Six. My base looks like these days. Probably got raided to shit.
War never changes.
Where's my subtitles, you
In
bastard?
1776, this great nation accepted that armed conflict was the only way to preserve our
There,
rights.
I'm no longer
life,
over encumbered.
liberty,
Let's go to my base then.
and the pursuit of happiness.
One second, watching the intro
Our
video.
founding fathers could only see us now. From Antietam to Amiens, Okinawa to Anchorage, we have fought. And now, the Red Menace is at our doorstep. Democracy itself is under threat of annihilation. That is why today, July 4th, 2076, 300 years after our great nation began, we gather together to honor the completion of Vault 76. This sprawling underground shelter may have been engineered by Vault Tech, but it was built by you, the good people of America. So that if the bombs do come, if the end does come, our way of life will endure. But not everyone will be saved. Those chosen to enter this vault must be our best and our brightest. For when the fighting is stopped and the fallout has settled, you must rebuild.
I wonder if there are tunes
Not
on
just
the radio in
walls,
this one.
not just
I forgot.
buildings, but hearts and minds, and ultimately, America itself.
I'd have to re-turn down all my freaking
So as we stand
sounds.
here today,
You
we
do what?
pray that the world will
I
know
turned
peace.
them down when I was in the menu,
But
and then
that
I
is
get
not
into the
our
game,
destiny.
it's like you have to turn them down
War
again.
must come.
It's so stupid.
We stand together, knowing that here in
Or
Vault
you forgot to press
76,
save.
our
There's no
future
save button.
begins.
You just didn't see it.
No, there's defaults
I
in
know, I
the
know.
back, yeah. There-
I'm just blind. What's it like being actually unable to see buttons?
Good morning, Vault 76. This is the Overseer. I hope you all enjoyed the party last night, even those who may have overindulged and overslept. But it's time to get up and get out there. We've been locked away long enough. Today is Reclamation Day. It may be time to leave, but I'll never
One looked like
forget that you all entered
what's the guy's name
76.
from Limitless?
You come from every walk
Oh
of
god,
life,
I'm gonna look it up real
every
quick. It's
race,
gonna bother me.
color, and creed. But you all share one very important trait. You are this country's
Bradley Cooper.
best
Looks like
and brightest.
Bradley Cooper, like dead on.
But
Just
more
maybe needs a
importantly,
little bit of tweaking, and it would
always
literally be him.
my family.
Alright, and then let's see the females. I mean, some of them look like they're a little bit taller or something, but I don't see any with like dude bodies, like you were saying. It would be really funny though if you can glitch that out. It's like woman's face and then dude bod. That'd be awesome. Oh, Bradley Cooper.
Oh, so-and-so.
Hmm?
So-and-so has launched a nuke. Oh, out there, it's gonna launch. Okay.
Bradley Cooper. All right, anyways. Damn. Oh, okay. I was like, there are no choices anymore for the hair. Turns out I had to scroll all the way up.
Really? I can't exit my armor?
They gave you power armor already?
I've had power armor.
Oh, you grabbed your old character or something?
Yeah.
Well, like I said, you can make a new character. Sarah will be along after a shower. And then Dragon
was
Life
good.
made a new character already. Actually, I think both of them made a new character for this. Yeah, we'll just keep the Geiler. I don't care. Leaky for Bod. Oh, you really can make yourself like super big. Oh, that's awesome. You could be a chubby boy. I think I always like my character like right around there. Just wish I could make it shorter. Why did I capitalize the G? Oh, that's what I was doing wrong. It's the same stuff as before. Got invited, and now the whole entire place has ran outside and started dying before you. Sorry, you can get bonus effects on the guitar. I just wanted a different song. Good morning, Vault-Tec calling. That. Did I leave myself any goodies? Bye, room.
I want to go see if that Deathclaw is still over there.
Oh, by your Deathclaw Island or whatever.
Yeah. Remember right. It can't get on top of this rock. So let's go see. Where is it?
Don't forget your Pip Boy.
You have been tasked with nothing less than the
Yep,
rebuilding
it's still on
of
here.
America. Such a huge
Oh,
responsibility.
my headache is killing me.
Just know that Vault-Tec is proud of you. I am proud of you. When you hear this, it means I've been gone for several hours. I've got my own mission out there in Appalachia.
Appalachia, you weirdo.
Overseer,
Appalachia.
signing off.
Oh, yeah, I forgot how empty they made this game.
24 hours.
Hi, Mr. Deathclaw.
System.
Are you having trouble getting to me? Oh, you
They're
poor
gonna
thing.
ruin you.
Hello?
What, the Deathclaw?
last, I bet you're just...
I'm just what? What'd you say?
Excellent. Adventure and opportunity awaits you, sir.
Just wish I wasn't like
The
inside of
kiosks
you.
have... Hello? At last.
And
Today
it
is
died.
your reclamation day.
Oh.
I bet you're just
No, I
bursting
don't
your
want it.
bolts to get out there and see the world.
Shake.
I like how I tried to rearrange so I could see them better.
Okay, cool.
It is
So, I don't wanna
endearing to
leave.
hear how wonderful
Deathclaw
a job
gave me 3
myself
fusion
and the others
cores.
have done maintaining the vault for these many months. But the food's all run out, and it's time to take what you've learned and use it. The kiosks have valuable information to help you thrive out there. Best get cracking!
Okay, bye. Oh yeah, got the check. Has the sign got anything good? No.
Each standout has gear for you to pick up and use. Anyone a resident? Wildlife should be abundant in Appalachia. Happy hunting!
Just say Appalachia, you bastards. Stop saying Appalachia. It makes me upset. Say it right. Oh, I didn't mean
Remember,
to use it.
Radex to prevent radiation sickness, Radaway to cure it.
They give you a backpack now. Neat.
Didn't I have a water making machine out here? Yes, here it is.
Oh,
No
cool.
creature comforts out there, sir. You want it, you build it. You must all go through that giant vault door alone. Unless, of course, you're next to someone else. Which I'd recommend, actually.
Overseer's log, or should I say,
Fit. Fit. I guess I might have ejected it. Where'd it go? Holotape. Holotape. Here we go.
Overseer's log, or should I say, direct communication? Because whoever is listening to this had the moxie to try to find out where I've gone.
Oh,
But I'm glad you did. Truth is, I need your help. I've been given a task and I've decided to break protocol and tell you what it is. Because if
They
there's
made the
one
budget
thing
bigger.
I've learned in these past
They-
few years,
I used to be capped out
it's
on
that
budget.
we need to rely on each other.
Oh yeah, I think they expanded it a little bit.
There were 3 active nuclear silos in Appalachia before the bombs fell. They blew up the world before. We can't let it happen again. So we've got to locate and secure all of the silos. Or die trying. Hopefully the former.
I already have this
But
in
it's
my...
been 25 years. I just don't know what we're gonna find
Yes,
out
yes, I
there,
do.
or where to start. My directive
This.
was to go to the nearest population center and
What
assess
makes
the
you so
situation.
special?
I'll set up a camp on the way.
What
once I
makes
get
you
my bearings.
special?
Find me there.
My what intelligence makes me special. I am the smartest.
Remember, adaptability is key. If your role isn't working, try another. Get creative.
Get off my screen. You make Mungo mad. Mungo smash.
Bye. Aloha. Ciao. Arrivederci. Au revoir. Auf Wiedersehen. Bye,
Why'd you say
Cornelius.
Evita saying like that? You fucking weird. Oh, Codsworth. Or, oh, not Codsworth, I should say. Nuclear Holocaust. Where'd I get a gun? Suddenly I have gun. I go do crimes now. On the party hat, so people know I'm down to clown. What?
I don't even know what the heck this thing is. Anatron?
There to kick your ass.
Probably.
Oh, sir. Those young ladies down there, they seem exceedingly alive. They haven't yet made any untoward advances, but perhaps you could speak to them? Verify their intentions are civil? Only that they appear to have some vested interest in accessing the vault. One seemed quite perturbed when I told them that wouldn't be happening, but I'm not sure if she believed me. Well, yes, but it's been some time. But she was a resourceful woman. I'm sure she's all right.
Why does the John Cleese, you know, voiced what do you call these guys? Mr. Gutsies or Mr. Handies? Mr. Handies. Why are the Mr. Handies sound like they all have a lisp?
I haven't heard one in a while, so I can't tell you.
Until quite
I'm just listening to them,
recently,
and when they see certain words, they're like, ha, 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 ha. I'm just like, why he's doing that?
Greeted latecomers out of the vault, and otherwise reveled in Appalachia's natural splendor.
Also, they keep saying
But
Appalachia,
very
and it makes me want to
recently,
shoot
it
every
seems
single one of
people
these
have
Mr.
come back
Handies.
to Appalachia. Those
Okay,
two
what-
and more to boot. The non-vault sort, you understand. It's all very concerning.
I can edit my
Who knows
specials.
what they might
Yeah,
be
I'm
up
gonna
to.
start traveling towards the vault in a minute when I swap characters back to my normal
After
character.
keeping watch here long enough to have learned that outside the vault, people don't always have one's best intentions at heart. I'm sorry to say it, but it's the truth.
Do my perks. What am I?
Speak to Lacey.
Be a way in there. Maybe.
Just start blasting them.
Pretty wait.
Sup, you? Hands where I can see them.
Whoa, whoa. Just a friend here, not a threat. Just had some questions for you. You came out of the vault, right? I thought it was empty. Wait, is the door still open? My partner and I need a way into that vault. We got a tip from the Wayward. Heard of the place? New bar down the road. So this guy told us that...
After you gave him the last of our caps?
And he said that inside that vault is the... You know, that's where the big one is. Our last chance to turn our lousy luck around. You know, the thing that brought everyone back. The treasure. But...
I told you, Lacey. The guy was scamming us.
Promoted. Those are the last of our caps. No. Someone else. Whoa!
Huh? You got promoted?
Wonderful.
Thanks for answering some questions for us, I suppose.
For toe tag, thank you for that follow. Welcome to Mobile
Seems
Infantry
only
Trooper.
fair
Now
we
you're one of
return the
us.
favor. Anything we can answer for you?
Yeah.
I do not have you added, I don't think, unless
You've
your
seen
name
Overseer
is
go by?
Ninefish.
If your overseer crossed our path, she sure wasn't broadcasting it. Sorry. You might ask
Is your
the
name in
Wayward.
game
Seems like they
Ninefish?
set themselves
So
up
they
to be a
really
natural
do. No,
stopping
it's
point.
not. It's Big Beard. I'll change characters in a second. But they really did add fucking human NPCs to give the world life because it was so friggin'
We
dead
both came over
before.
from Virginia. Well, what was Virginia? There's a lot more hot zones that
One
way.
thing I did love about this
Few
game is that I
spots
knew everywhere they were talking about because I was like, I used to go there.
I mean,
The army made me
Appalachia
climb that
is
mountain.
really big. It's better than where we've been.
Oh, you've been to Virginia? Me too. Shit like that. You're just like, yeah.
About Appalachia?
Stop saying Appalachia. What the fuck? Who was in the voice recording booth telling these people to say it wrong?
Together.
It's the Appalachian Mountains. So, it's the Appalachias. You fucking turds.
The Scorched.
They're merciless. They seem to have cleaned up whoever the bombs might have missed.
Oh, so they actually explain who the Scorch is instead of you going through 19 something quests of holotapes and then you found out, oh yeah, they're people who've been infected by goo or something. It was like really kind
I'll
of
tell you what I know,
not as good.
which isn't much. Someone made a broadcast not too long back about there being some kind of treasure buried in Appalachia. We don't know what, we don't know where. With people as desperate as they are, it's meant everyone with a functioning radio has come back to try and see if they can get a piece of it.
Monsters or no?
Guy we met at the Wayward, Carter, I think was his name. He gave us a couple of leads to chase down, in exchange for all our money. Up to us now to make something of them.
Here, I'm gonna exit this character and go back to my other character, and then I'll go back to here and see if I can restart some of these quests. I want to see how effed it is. That doesn't have a photo for this character. Alright, I'm in adventure mode, and what did you say you were gonna do?
Me?
Yeah, did you want to add me or whatever?
I was trying to.
Alright, give it about 20 seconds and then try again. Because I'll be in game. For the new character experience so far, it was pretty cool. Like, it gave you a lot more understanding of what's going on somewhat, and less empty world where you're just like, where did everybody go? And other characters trying to beat you in the face for like one cap. Oh, cool, it does give me the... Cool, I can restart the quest with you guys. I was right. Haha, suck it. Because I never did these quests.
Yeah, I think I sent you again.
All right, what's your name?
Bad Lucy, capital M, capital L. Oh, Big Beard Gaming.
Oh, shit, you're right. Ew. That hasn't been my name in like 6 years. Is there a way to change it?
I'm leaving my world. I'm going to join your world.
And then I'll be at the vault. So you'll be here next to me. Haha. Yeah. Like, I will say, though, that the world definitely doesn't feel as empty in the first 5 seconds like it did before, so it's really good that they added human NPCs. I don't care what Todd Howard wanted, because it didn't work out at all. Like no one wanted to be NPCs, because that's basically what he wanted, was role-playing NPCs. Even I was like, nah, I'll just build a base to, like, deter people from wanting to steal my shit. Just covered it in turrets. And I was like, bring it. Then there was me inside with my power armor and a hammer, like, let's go.
I'm over encumbered again?
Well, maybe you should stop carrying all that stuff and dump it in your camp.
Dude,
I don't know where my camp is.
I'm 174 out of 250.
I literally played this game for like maybe a month when it first came out. Then it became too broken for even me and Dragon to play it, so we just quit. But how do you find your camp?
Should have like a tent icon on the screen somewhere.
Put it somewhere near a mountain. I remember that, which is, you know, all the Appalachians. What is this? Event? Oh, it's an event. Mad Lucy would like to join your team. Hit social control tab. What need Germans? Sure.
My power armor is like a mixture of T45 and fucking sorry, Nuka-Cola.
Fit. I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I'm in pacifist mode.
Oh, okay, good. Don't hit me back. Okay, so that's swingy. I was hoping I wouldn't one-shot you with it. That's what I was scared of. Alright, Excavator power armor, plus 100 carry weight, strength, well fed, hydrated. Alright, cool. What are my specials? I got like no perception, no endurance, almost no charisma, but I'm kind of intelligent and pretty lucky. I guess that's all I wanted, was like intelligence, strength, and luck. I mean, that is kind of how I always play Fallout anyways. Oh, there's my camp. No, that's your camp. Where's my camp? Oh, yeah, I don't have a place camp, maybe?
If your camp... Oh, what's this? Okay. Okay, so if your camp is placed in a location where somebody else's camp is there, then their camp takes priority over the slot. Oh, there's your camp. It's down south.
South?
Very south.
Very
That's
south.
the big mining.
Oh, that place. Yeah, alright, I remember. Yeah, I dumped it there because it was near mountains, so someone couldn't come from behind, and people kept trying to, like, bully me for some reason. I think it's because I dropped a nuke on them. Oh man, if you get 25 kills of Call of Duty, you can have a nuke too. Alright, where are we going?
I don't know. I got apparently a bunch of quests to do that I don't remember ever doing.
Yeah, that's why I got these ones here. This is the one I was just doing as a level 1. Oh, unfortunate souls.
Oh, it's doing it for me too.
Yep. So that's why I was saying we can all restart the quest together. Similar disappointment with the beta, and only got the game because it was free a few months ago. Oh no. Yeah, dude, it wasn't even like the main game, which just broke as hell after a bit. Like, it was actually kind of more stable when it first came out than like a month later, so that's why we stopped. Not even just that. There was other reasons, but it's just one of those things. There's like, jeez.
I stopped because I kept on doing Crash the Desktop.
Yep, that's one of the things that was going on. And there's still some issues with the game for sure.
I do like the. Okay, so just to clarify, I cannot get in your power armor, so people can't steal it.
Oh, so people can't steal my power armor? That's nice. That's nice.
I do recall the bug where if people looked at the ground, like zoomed in on the ground or whatever, and started running, they would just like literally cross the map in like 2 seconds.
Oh yeah, there's all sorts of stuff. A lot of those bugs, it's funny, they are literally from Fallout 4. It's as if they never even tried the Fallout 4 bugs to see what was, you know.
Well,
They copied day 1 Fallout 4 instead of like the last update Fallout 4 when they made the game, and it didn't make any sense to anybody. It's like it's the same exact bugs.
Yeah, I think somebody was saying that this is basically the exact same as Fallout 4. Like they just copied the entire engine and everything.
How do I take my helmet off? It's not even showing up here. Oh wait, apparel. Ah, gotcha. It's a ritual mask. I want to see what I look like.
You're a white guy and I'm black.
I mean, good for you. The way you said that.
Yeah, apparently I had an infatuation with like being black. In, like,
oh, that's right. I recreated the guy from Fallout 4 for the most part. I just kind of went for the same thing because there's no good faces. It's funny. Have you seen my son, Sean?
Oh my gosh, no. No,
Where's Sean?
I saw your son, Sean. He was bugging me about going fishing, so I just like fed him to the bears.
Oh, equip the garb of mystery before putting on the Eye of Ra.
Oh god, you're naked.
I'm fucking beefed.
You're naked.
Oh yeah, I should probably get some. Yeah, it really doesn't let you put on the... What happened to my armor? What'd you do?
I ate it.
Alright, road leathers look like that. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, because it looked like the Road Warrior, so I was like, yeah, fucking Mad Max. Alright, and then... How do I know what my best armor is?
Oh, that's a strange graphical bug. Oh, that's weird. That's only on some terrain, though. Wait, is that a bug with a fence line? No.
Yeah, I look fucked up in a way. Like I look like I just kind of grabbed things and shoved them on me to feel protected.
I can't just...
Can't what?
I can't describe what this bug or graphical glitch is.
Got a screenshot. Orders from Maria Chavez. I need you to make the monthly scouting run to Vault 76. Those doors have to open sometime. Don't take risks, observe, and come back a few days.
It's like it's pulling the
drugs, money. Who are you shooting? Oh wait, you actually scaled to my level. Oh no, I actually have to care.
Scaling
I forgot about the scaling. No, not scaling. I hate scaling. I want to feel strong. Come here, you big Chinese fuck. Death is preferable to communism. Why am I not hitting him? There we go.
Is the loot instanced?
I think so. I just took it all. Can you see it?
Oh, I can't see.
I didn't loot
guy.
this one. Did you already loot it? This one?
No.
Alright, you loot it real quick. Yeah, it's instance. Oh, and you can do nearby corpses. Oh, that's kind of neat. Yeah, I thought it was instance, but I couldn't remember. That's why I was like, you can have a fusion cell if you want.
So, I'm not entirely sure how to describe this graphical glitch. It's like...
Yeah, take a screenshot. We're on Steam. F12. Oh wait, are you seeing what looks like floating lands over there? Because I think I see it too.
Yeah, when you move your mouse or your view over like the bushes and the trees, textures and whatnot, floating land goes up over them. It's
okay.
weird.
No, I don't think I'm seeing that. And I thought I was seeing floating bits, but I guess that's just rocks looking
It's-
funny at a distance. Waffle House.
It's hard to show it without doing like a
video capture type thing.
yeah. I'm trying to show it. Look at the bushes.
Nope. This one.
All right. I think I have a video capture tool.
Bushes.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you do a little recording, it'd probably be a lot better because I cannot
Yeah.
tell with that at all. Playing for the first time last night with a group. Oh yeah, how was that? Speaking of, I just realized I gotta heal. What do I got for food? A
Nothing.
glowing mass. 30 rads. I should eat it. Disease chance 3%. Percent slower hunger and thirst for 2 minutes. Honey's a safe bet. Why is there 5 rads in the honey? Eh. Imitation crab. Ionized meat. There. Alright. I think Dragon actually made that meat now that I think about it. I'm pretty sure he was the meat guy. Oh god, I got a disease. Oh no, my life is over. What'd I get? What'd I get? The stats collection. No. Effects. Plague Walker. Poison aura scaling with your disease. Oh, neat. Haha, everyone's gonna die around me. You bunch of nasties. How do I get my power armor back, do you think?
You gotta summon it again.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. That's what I was like, how the fuck do I do that? Life is weird. Oh, God, my head is killing me. Let me put on some radio.
Is somebody's house?
Darling, I have only one desire.
Okay, so I got the classic radio. Pirate radio. I think pirate radio is my favorite. That's the one with the robots running it, right?
I don't remember. And
how the hell do I get my power armor back?
okay, for some reason I have horrific FPS in this. But I took a video.
Okay. I'll look in just a sec.
I should have gone slower.
132.
But you can see it in the last couple seconds there.
Okay.
Or maybe at the beginning a little bit if you're paying attention to the.
You said it's on your crosshair, right?
Well, my crosshair goes near it, but you're paying attention to not the first set of bushes, but the second set of bushes between the two pieces of rock in the center of the view.
Mm-hmm.
And there's terrain or whatever shifting.
Okay, so
I know it's
bush,
hard.
First bush. Second bush. Oh yeah, I guess I kind of see something moving. Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
Maybe you gotta restart your game.
I don't know.
Well, if it ain't too bad. Alright, let me talk
annoying.
to those goyles.
Oh,
How the heck do I get my dang power armor back?
You gotta go into your inventory and summon it again. Otherwise, there might be a shortcut.
That's why I was like, I have no idea if there's a shortcut. Oh yeah, you're right, you just kind of place it. Oh, that's so weird. Well, back to the lifting. Got a brief reminder, the third person team walked out to White Springs. I'm starting from scratch, one new player, and one player using his level 10 alt. Heading out shortly.
Hey, Mrs.
Oh yeah, sure. If you want.
What's on your mind? I'm having a little trouble with this whole quantum mechanics thing. How can your cat be both dead
It's not
and
that.
alive? Sounds like a bunch of hooey to me.
All right.
There we go.
How about we change it up?
instead of a
fungus.
cat, let's put an ice-cold Nuka-Cola.
Whoa, whoa. Just a friend here, not a threat. Just had some
Okay,
questions.
we just did all this. I'm gonna space through.
God damn it.
After you gave him the last of our caps.
And he said that, you know, the thing that brought everyone back. But
I told you.
But no.
Wonderful.
Thanks for answering some
Oh, jeez. I think I'm skipping
Seems
through
only fair I
the,
return the favor. Anything we
Oh, okay. There we go.
happy to tell you what I know.
I kept on skipping through the same
Someone
dialogue
might have
over and
brought-
over and over.
People
Oh, we're at looped.
Monsters are
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Guy we met at
happens.
the Wayward.
Yeah,
Up to us now to make something
did
of
not
them.
care about the
Happy to
NPC's
tell you what I
dialogue. It's like, whatever.
Someone would have brought
I just did the
people
same
as
thing.
desperate as they are.
Alright, so the functioning
Monsters or
radio. Yeah,
no?
we heard that. Yeah.
Guy we met at the Wayward. Up to us now to make something of them. About Appalachia?
Other than
This.
There's that. I haven't been here.
What just happened?
What?
And then. So it's the same if you're on your old character than your new character, which is good. I really appreciate that. That they didn't make me have to delete my level 50 and start at level 1 again. Like, eh. Then again, I kind of wish I did start at level 1 so I could relearn the game. Instead, I'm just kind of in it. Monkeys, thank you for that follow. Welcome to Mobile Infantry, brother. Now you're one of us. Mark Hamill? Mark Hamill. That's Mark Hamill. Sorry, I'm so excited. Thanks, good hunting to you and Lucy. They said they like you too, for some reason. Just
Oh,
kidding.
that's a
We
terrible
both came
reason.
over from Virginia. There's a lot more hot zones that way.
I wish I could change my
A few
name.
spots that are livable.
Yeah, I want to change mine too. I'm like, this is
Clean
trash.
I mean, Appalachia's dangerous. Really.
This is for you new people.
It's better than where we
I only have one rule. Everyone fights, no one quits.
Happy to tell you what I know.
You don't do your job, I'll shoot
Someone
you.
way to broadcast
You get
people
me.
as desperate as they are.
We
get you, sir! Everyone with a functioning radio has come back to try and see
Welcome
if they
to
can
the
get a piece
Roughnecks.
of it.
Ratcats, roughnecks. Monsters are not.
Monkeys. Thank you for that Prime sub.
Carter, I think was his name.
Welcome to the
He has a
Officers
couple of
Club.
leads to chase down. In
You're getting
exchange
promoted
for all the
fast,
money.
brother.
To us now to make something of them.
And or sister, because I wasn't even thinking about it. This headache is like murdering my brain right now.
Watch
I might have
yourself
to
out
take some of this Tylenol I put next to me in a minute. Like, I have my water around here. Oh, it fell off the desk.
Apparently, you can change your name, but you have to log into your Bethesda account and go to account settings, and I was just like, I can't be bothered.
Yeah, I'll do it tomorrow then. So it'll be this name today, and then I'll change it by tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't even know if I still have my Bethesda stuff.
I mean, it didn't delete. It's just they got rid of the actual
No, I
store.
The password and such. I don't even know if
I mean, you
kept
just
it.
reset it.
Know what email I used.
Oh my god.
Here
I only
it
use 2 emails. I'm like, how many emails do you use?
I use one now, but I used to use another one, but then it started getting a lot of
Alright,
unsavory.
well, one of the
login
cheaty ways I end up doing it is I go to my email and then I search, what I'm looking for, so I can see the last email from it. Like, White Fuse has launched a nuke. I wonder where it's going. Tells us on the map, right? Yeah,
Out
there
in
it
the
is.
desert.
Alright, so it's that way, right? It's over that way. We'll see if we can see it come down.
Attention, citizens. Nuclear strike imminent.
That way? There's a bunch of trees in the way.
Yeah, but you might still see the glow. I'm in power armor, so I'll be fine looking at it. It'll auto tint or something.
Explain yourself at once, you insipid camel leopard. The truth is, Dr. Zorbo, I know more about you
Can I go
than
boo?
you would ever like me to know. What is this?
Actually, yeah, you're right. There's way too many trees and stuff. So I realize it's more to the left.
Yeah.
Can hide the secrets from my aid.
I wish to see the boom.
Now, Dr. Zorbo, unless you want these
Let me up.
broadcast
There we go.
will agree to sign a 10-year unpaid contract with us.
What was it? Control tab?
Go down
Yeah.
as the Long Neck
And
Corporation's
request
chief celebrity
received.
icon.
Then where do I go to accept that?
As the
There it is. Okay.
disgraced criminal
I understand. I'm picking up what they're putting down.
made to serve a galactic megacorporation. I'm made to
Abuse the space bar mechanic to get on top of the rock, maybe? Maybe?
Yeah. That's pretty much how I got anywhere in this game. Have a little quest UI with your game.
There we go. I'm on top of the rock.
Why won't you? Boom should be the south direction unless there's a mountain. Yeah, there's a mountain here, and it looks like it's to my west. So like right over this way. Unless it already slammed.
I don't know. Go to the airport. Might see it there. 12 caps. Oh, I've got 1,400 caps.
Oh, it's to the east. Why was I trying to look west? Am I stupid? Yes.
I don't know.
The answer is always yes.
I have a better offer for you. It's the reason I came here, after all. If the Long Neck Corporation were to fund a project,
I am a beautiful bunny rabbit. Looks like there's a big cloud over there, I guess.
There's a big cloud over there and there and there.
Oh yeah, you're right. So I don't know. Oh shit, I fell.
Bye, have a good time.
No, let me back up.
The rock has chosen.
Why don't you give me your pitch?
With that, Dr. Zorbo and the industrious Baron von Longneck got to work forming a
Supposed to be sort of southeast.
perilous for Dr. Zorbo.
Like, dang it. That delay on the map opening up makes me hit it a second time. Yeah, so it should be almost... Oh, I heard it. I heard it. It made a sound. It even fucked with the radio. Did we see it? I didn't see shit.
I didn't see anything.
Man, this sucks. Stupid mountains protecting us from radiation.
My sound is really quiet.
Oh, wait. There's a boom. Am I even looking the right way?
Are you tired of the rat race?
Yeah, it's almost perfect.
And bustle, and the
I guess it just doesn't render out that far or something.
Do you remember
I heard.
But sounded.
of peace and prosperity when the world still had meaning? Perhaps it's time for you to let go and find a different way. Employing ancient techniques honed by ascetic monks.
Anyways, what were we doing?
Of the winding path
I don't.
will take you on a
Oh, I hear it.
Alright, let me fix all these quests.
fulfillment to help you rediscover the one person you've neglected.
I guess the rumbling noise was the nuke.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It was a big boom.
Yourself.
Visit the wayward. New rivals.
They taught me wholeness and how to be one with the universe. Suddenly, the moral decline of
Crash
America just
landing, miscellaneous.
so much.
In the
Oh,
past,
okay.
I learned to part from the material.
Active.
Flame workshop at converted munitions factory. Should probably do that.
Now I have nothing, and I've never felt freer. I think that's
Drop his
just
mind for the
nifty.
taking.
My husband didn't understand.
Crash landing. I picked up a puzzling broadcast. Someone calling themselves Commander Sophia de Guerra.
Every day I cleanse my spirit, and
I'll
I
do that
find
one later.
myself thinking about them less and less. Golly, today was supposed to be one of their birthdays.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, maybe the trees are just in the way just perfectly so we couldn't see it, but we could hear it.
Just off the 95 and 98.
I need to put down
A
more
little bit of
water.
radio a little bit more.
Water pumps or whatever at my base so I can get more purified water.
To a disciple today
Alright,
and learn
we can do
about
that.
our special discount.
We can teleport back over here when they're done taking showers and whatever the hell they're doing.
You can free
Apparently
your
there's a
mind
person
and
near my
expand
camp.
your
World
consciousness.
radios. Pip-Boy radio.
Nothing to lose but your pain.
Okay, where are we going?
Oh boy, my turrets are attacking something?
Is this your camp? Fast travel. Wee.
Why are you almost dead? Ooh.
Who are we shooting at? Where are they at?
I don't know, but that turret is almost dead. I don't know how to fix it.
Oh, I hear shooting. Unless that's your...
Oh, I need oil. Oh, if you want to go across the way, you can play with the Deathclaw over there.
Where?
To
East,
the
west?
Southwest. It's across the water. The little island out there.
See, even though I have my graphics on ultra, like, this shit don't look good. Oh, fuck. I fell in the water.
Yeah, I saw that.
I fell really deep in the water, though. I thought it would be more shallow right there.
Hi.
Yeah, I walked out.
Yeah, it's over there somewhere. Spawns in a nest.
How hard did they hit?
I don't know. It's the one over there is level 33, and I usually hide on that rock with the canoe on it. I cheese it.
I forgot I have an experimental Merv. Do I have any ammo for it, though? Nope. Okay. Nuka-tats. No. Instead of peanuts in your Nuka-Cola, you just put a bunch of buff out. Or Mentats.
Why can't I put
Dust
this
Claws
guy
at 76 are pretty weak. That makes me
Oh.
sad.
I need...
There's 300
screws.
rats.
I need screws and 4 oil. And then I can put down an industrial water pump.
Send back. You're what I'm looking for. Alright, I'm gonna go bully a Deathclaw.
Okay.
Crap, actually, I don't know if I can make that gap. Let me, climb out of my armor first.
I forgot how to, connect power.
Theme Park North has screws. Look for the kiosk with the toy cars. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, we'll be heading out in a little bit and doing some of the new stuff.
Okay. Okay, Pop Rika. Do you
Jesus.
remember how to connect power to your stuff? Like the cables?
Yeah, Rika. You know things.
Yeah, he plays it more often than I do.
Yeah, she's pretty resourceful.
Last time I played this game was 4 years ago? 5 years ago?
Shit, I didn't mean to throw that grenade.
You don't have to use the grenade.
I didn't mean to. I meant the power attack. It's the same button. Okay, I want to go. No, aw. I got like stuck in animations.
Aww.
Well, I got it down to half health.
You're making me come out and play with it.
No, you got 20 seconds, so you're not going to pick me up in time.
Okay. At least we agree on something. Where is it? Right there?
Yep, it's right there. I forgot I could do that. Help. Yeah, I forgot my power armor when I got into the fight. I was wondering, I'm like, I'm doing pretty good. Then I realized my health was super low. I'm like, wait, never mind. Your camp's gone.
Huh? No, it's still there.
Oh, never mind. Well, it's just showing you then. Where the fuck did I... Oh, it is your base. Okay, cool.
For some reason, it decided to jump off, and it's down there in the freaking water. It's almost dead.
The one Deathclaw you find is legendary. I'm sorry, alright? It's my first time.
For some reason, my bullets are not registering.
Hazmat suit. Hazmat suit. Dang it.
Alright, Tommy, spit it out already. What's this secret meeting all about?
Barbara,
Yeah, I should have just did this game instead of trying to do Fallout 4's Christmas special that I was gonna do. Are you still attacking him?
Yeah. It's over here in the water.
Okay.
For me, at least.
Be there in a second.
It's... Yep. What?
It's like that movie Aliens. They're coming for you.
Are you talking
Oh, I just see it slowly following you. Hey, you! I'm back. Ah.
There, I hit it with my musket.
Yeah.
Have on.
Well, I'm a giant slayer according to this achievement, so I win.
What she got on her?
Some diluted rataways, fancy lad snacks, sugar bombs, Mr. Handy Buzzblade.
I'll take the gears.
Black titanium scraps, whatever it is, gears, and treated strengthened left arm. Cool.
Oh, you already grabbed everything?
Yeah, it's instant loot though. You can grab everything. That's what we explained earlier, you dork.
Well,
Wait, when did they put muskets in the game? That's awesome. I want a musket.
I don't know where I got this thing from.
That's why I'm like, I need to go find one or build
it's
it.
Powerful as heck.
Oh yeah, do you have a place where I can repair armor and shit?
Yeah.
Because almost all my stuff is like pretty beat up. Wee.
I just got good oil. Or wait, no, I needed screws, didn't I? Here. Yeah, you can repair at this bench here.
Yeah, black powder pistols. You're halfway to home defense status. Yeah, exactly. All I need is a cannon with grape shot, and I'm golden.
Does I need repair?
Oh, you got water. Water pump. Oh, it gave me radiation. Fuck your water. Damn it, Lucy.
Huh?
I said, damn it, Lucy. Your water gave me diseases.
You drank from the water in the thing, yes.
Killing all your fruit.
Wow, I just planted that, man.
It's mine now. You poisoned me. Alright, where did you say I can repair? Is it this? No, it's chemistry.
That.
This weapon. Oh yeah, I forgot. You can't do anything cool while in power armor. Ah, memories. Alright, can I do... There's edge melee weapons. Machine guns. Pipe guns. Does it count as a pipe gun? It does not. Wait, crap.
It wants me to use repair kits, and I have no repair kits.
Yeah, I don't think any of us do. Throwing weapons. Oh, you can get throwing knives? That's kind of cool. Machine guns. Oh, machined guns. Short hunting rifle. Voice of set. Double barrel. Short. What am I missing from this? Oh, I need the actual voice of set to build more of it. Short pump action shotguns. Missile launcher. Laser pistol. Man, they really added a bunch of stuff since I last played. Okay. Well, apparently I can't do anything cool. Space to repair.
I do not. Yeah, I do not have a power armor bench.
Wait, it says workbench repair. What's workbench repair? Oh yeah, workbench repair works fine. Just steel gear adhesive. Boop.
Yeah, I just saw that. Yeah, I've got to repair my musket. Oh, bench is already being used by somebody else.
You know what? I'm sorry. I'll be done in a second. I just gotta do my actual armor. Wait, what did I do? I said I'm over encumbered all of a sudden.
I don't know what you did.
I think I pushed something I didn't mean to. Alright, go ahead. Use the armor bench. Oh wait, so you can modify your Pip-Boy now? Oh, keep pressing that button.
Oh, I need springs. With a shotgun. What about this guy? No.
I put all my beverages in Appalachia Freeze, which means every
Okay.
bottle stays cool, even when
Springs. Okay.
Is there a problem, Ronaldo?
Okay.
Your head seems to be burning up. Maybe you should try cooling off with a drink.
Evaluation complete. Naughtiness level. Exceed all projections. What has this world become?
What has this world become? He's so upset. What did you do? Oh yeah, my invisible arm thing. Alright, anything that's not equipped, I'm scrapping.
Oh yeah, I definitely want to put down an artillery piece for.
Wait, I got a black power pistol on me?
Cool.
What about tower defense?
You can apparently put down a artillery piece as a defense item.
Starts blasting people 300 meters out. They don't even know what's going on. They're not trying to even bother your base, and it's just like, they just hear poof, poof, poof. The
Like,
fuck's
whoa.
that? Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, I need home defense 3. Then I
Yeah,
can put
just
down
keep
laser
adding
turrets.
stuff. Yeah, I was gonna say, if all you gotta do is add better stuff.
Is suffering from a severe coal shortage.
Oh. Alright, switch to modify. Hit this button. Yes. Modify is the button.
You got any springs or copper on you?
No.
Damn it.
I'm poor.
We're all poor. Oh, is this broken? I should have repaired you first then. Oh, never mind. Wait. Lay off the heroin, you won't be looking for copper. Already encumbered because you took off your armor. Yeah, I realized, but I'm not that over encumbered because I
Oh,
can
yeah,
jump
don't-
and run.
Don't
So.
use the water pump.
Yeah, I told you that. It gave me diseases.
Yeah, it gives you 5 rads a pump.
Brand's a pump. And I ain't no 3-pump chump. Oh yeah, I got an M79. That's fucking awesome.
I apologize in advance for debilitating interview coordinator, but she refused to allow me in. Don't worry, she's not dead. But
Damn it. Stupid setup where it's different buttons to do different backouts in games and stuff.
There's no need to be so uptight, Dr. Zorro. You're in the company of Ketson Prime's peerless prodigy, Floating Face
Tab. Haha! I did it. I'm so good at things. Alright, I'm ready to, I don't know, explore and get shit done so that I can not be so, poor. I might go visit my, camp real quick, I want to see how it's holding up.
I took the liberty fans to avoid any unnecessary interruption.
Then it seems I must remove you myself. You've made a grave mistake by angering me today, floating face Farah. I am the unstoppable Dr. Zorbo. In a fury, Dr. Zorbo throws a mighty punch toward floating face Farah. As Zorbo lunges forward, Farah deftly reveals a hidden holster underneath her suit jacket. She draws the weapon with expert
Over encumbered. Bull. Power armor, save me.
Oh, water slide. Water slide right to the death claw.
Tier levels dropping to catastrophic levels. Where's this little... Aw, he looks like Santa.
Oh, the little Santa-tron thing.
Poor little guy.
Yeah.
Have you been nice this year?
Yes.
Evaluating? No. Oh.
Have you been a good kid this year? No.
Those things?
He knows we've done terrible things.
Oh.
Kill it. No, I'm just kidding.
This dude, he goes out and he looks for stuff for me. I just looted the station and he gave me a bunch of stuff.
Oh, that's cool. I wonder if I have that at my camp. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna run down to my camp.
Okay, I'll come with.
Fast travel.
Please allow me to join your cause.
I know for a fact my camp's better than yours because I have a water slide. How do you have a water slide? Yeah, my camp's shooting at things too. What the fuck? Wait, where's my camp?
This
Oh wait, it's not my
hovering
camp shooting at things.
Is this your camp, this monstrosity that is hovering?
Hey, it's got 2 stories. Suck it, scrub.
What's the second story?
Right here.
That's not a story, that's alright, oh my, I am just walking on invisible stuff.
Yeah, you're welcome. I literally hit it here because people used to beat the shit out of the camps. Anyways, yeah, people used to be little shitheads and like destroy people's camps and stuff. So I was just like, alright, time to make like an actual kind of camp where I can get a little bit of everything. If I remember correct, all this was like the instrument stuff were so that people can give themselves the music bonus and stuff. Can't do that while in power armor. I can't do anything fun while in power armor. God, the fact that they have Mark Hamill voicing this guy is great. Give me music bonuses. Also, I need to eat here soon. My character's getting all hungry. I've recovered from parasites. Oh yeah, so that's what your water gave me. I'm pretty sure it was the parasites.
You're welcome.
You gave me little friends. That's why Space Marines are always so grumpy. Yeah, because they can't play music or do anything fun. Can't even interact with things. Yep, there we go. Well tuned. You're welcome to play the instrument.
I dropped you a present right here.
This. An intestine. Oh, thanks.
I found it
Alright,
on the body. And I was like, oh, he's gonna love this.
Oh, my stash is full of bullets and shit. Cool. And black diamond. That's cool.
I scrapped the building blocks, you know, the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, whatever. Little square. It had lead in it.
Wait, you scrapped my shit?
No, it was my...
Oh, okay. I was like, why? I don't even know what that is.
I was like, yeah, I just went into your stash, just started scrapping stuff and stuff. Yeah.
I got 3 big guns bobbleheads. Hey, what's this? Better cap stash.
So Sarah is back and she is playing Escape from Tarkov.
That motherfucker. Escape from Tarkov isn't better. Shit. You know, maybe because I'm here, I'll actually be able to... Ooh, that hunting rifle looks fucking brutal. You want Deathclaw hands? I got 3.
Lol.
Batman. Oh yeah, do I have any mini nukes?
Oh boy. load it in your fat man.
I do not. Yeah. Because I have the Merv launcher, so I was like, oh, I could totally use it. Dude, my thing is just full of mostly ammo and just raw shit. Because there's like... I forgot how bad this game was, where it's like, there's nowhere to put anything. But maybe I can repair my stuff from here? I might have copper. Okay, fine. Alright, let me at least put all my scrap in here. Oh, cool.
Oh, God.
T button just drops it all. What? What?
Oh, I took off my clothing by accident.
Just looks like you're wearing combat pants. Alright, what was I doing? Tinker's workbench. What do you do? What can I repair with you? Dude, maybe you're not even used anymore now that I think about it. Alright. That's neat. Where'd you find that?
In my inventory.
Where are my turrets at? They're outside, right?
Yeah, they're on the second floor or third floor or whatever.
Yeah, I was trying to seal the whole roof off for the most part, except for like this bit right here. And then here on was going to be all sealed up with this mesh type stuff. But like, I ran out of funds or whatever. Like the camp budget just was like, nah. And I was like,
yeah.
man, it was going to look so cool. Alright, so is there a way to like interact with my turrets? No, I don't want to beat it down. I don't know how to interact with the turrets. How'd you do it earlier? Were you able to upgrade them or whatever?
If you wanted to upgrade your turrets...
Have at thee! You wait till I finish reloading. Then you'll be dead. It just puts so much smoke everywhere. Alright, what were you saying?
If you wanted to put down new turrets, you have to go. You have to like hold down V or whatever to go in the.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for. And is there a way to like not have this giant beam in my face? Jesus. What is that? What is it? It's not telling me what it is.
Oh, it
just says build.
Yeah, it's one of your stored objects.
Yeah, what is this though? Cement, it says. I guess it's a cement thingy. Just makes cement.
Probably makes cement. Yeah.
Anyways. No, fucking wrong button. Z.
Comes to you from the Sonic Squire, a brand new speaker system featured in theaters, studios, and
C.
Let me guess. You hit like hit
X.
X. Yeah.
Sonic Sound Systems, and is used in motion pictures, concerts.
Oh, that's a really nice ladder or staircase actually. That looks kind of cool. Damn it, X button, why are you there? Oh, here we go. Turrets.
And the artillery cannon is under defense.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. How do I go down in the menu? Gotta use the arrow keys like an idiot.
Yeah.
I wonder how many artillery cannons I could set up. Wait, what do you mean? I have to find plans to build this?
Yep.
Boo! Fucking game. Anyways, how do you know where your workshop's at, or your base? You said there's a level. I don't see it.
Oh, the budget?
No. You said like defense level or something like that.
Oh yeah, go back to your turrets or whatever, and it'll tell you what you need to put down different turrets, like
No,
defense
but
or-
you
oh,
said
that.
there was like level, like you needed so much level to get the laser turrets or whatever you said.
I think that's perk or
Home defense level 3 it says, but I don't know if I have home defense level 3.
I thought that was a perk, but oh yeah, it is a perk. It's under agility.
Really? Agility is tied to your fucking base defense? That's so stupid. How do you find your perks again?
Hit tab, bring up
Stats?
BitBoy, and then hit T.
Oh, I see what you mean. T. Yeah, I forgot the card system. Fun.
Oh yeah, totally.
Can I get more perks, or am I stuck with just this?
I don't know.
Yeah, not enough points to equip cards for that special. Fucking cool. Alright, anyways, let's get back to the adventure the girls wanted us to do by the vault. And then we'll just go from there doing all the new stuff. Fucking game. Oh, I guess it's at Wayward Camp, so...
Wayward Camp.
It's just to the south of the vault. Over and cover, can't travel. Okay, give me a sec. Put my armor back on. It's not my fault I'm carrying a bunch of cool guns and stuff. More away. Keep that. Aluminum ore. Wait, do I have to read these?
Hey there, Bessie.
What?
Oh my god. Really? I'd forgotten about Bessie.
Can't store that. Okay. Okay, so I'm storing everything that I can at this point. Gold ore, gunpowder.
Oh, somebody's already hit the water purifier. Ooh. What?
Okay, cool. I'm still overweight though. Fuck you, game. Armor. Get back to running around. It's in your perks. Okay. Wait, you can build on resources? Oh, I know what you mean. Oh, I forgot that was a thing. Those can weigh me down? Oh, fuck, I completely forgot about the drugs. I'll just start taking them.
Yeah. Like you haven't taken your psycho drug in the last 10 minutes. You should probably take it. But look, it's Bessie.
Told him to fight.
Exhalation of air through nostrils.
Bessie. Bessie.
Bessie looks
I don't
kinda
remember if Bessie was in the OG.
Bessie looks kind of terrifying, honestly.
Here, get out of my way.
I want to kill the Barons, but I think Bessie might turn on us if I try.
Do what?
I want to kill the mutated cows, but I think Bessie might turn on us.
Yeah, you shouldn't kill her friends. They're her only friends.
Alright, do we want to enter inside, or are you going to look at those things?
I was looking at them first. It does say we have to enter alone. Team only interior. Private area that is unique to your character. Only you and your teammates can be in the interior. Friends and strangers can't join you. Make important choices that have large consequences. Progress is saved less frequently when in solo interior. Be sure your quest has been checkpointed before leaving. Well, that's just annoying. Ah, fuck. Oh, the drill. I forgot I left the drill by the wall, and it's on the cable. I'll fix that later.
Lady, I will paint the walls with...
Honey, you picked the wrong time to get a drink.
What are you... Hey! Who the hell are... Whoa, whoa.
I'm a monster. That's who I am.
Looking for trouble? Because you're gonna find it.
Me? I'm the person distracting you, so the guy hiding back there can blow your brains out. Actually, can I see anyone doing that? Just put your gun down, friend. You're outnumbered. No gun experts, but there's supposed to be something stuck in the barrel like that.
What are you... Shit. Jammed. Fine. But none of us are going anywhere till I get what I want. So just start talking and we can all go about our lives.
I told you it was going to end badly. Now I'm hoping
Was that suppressed or something? Just her tink.
I've had a gun pointed at me more than enough on one day.
Thank you, I just want a drink. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, Roborilla. While your legislation manages to somehow end world hunger, solve the pollution...
Means you'd have to do dungeons twice if it's for quest 2. Ah, yeah, that's annoying.
Which is why when the session begins, I plan a filibuster that... Wait, what are you doing?
Well, not exactly the introduction to the Wayward I would have hoped for. Oh, sorry about that, darling. First round's on me. Name's Duchess. There's something I could do for you.
What was that all about? He said something about treasure.
Your guess is as good as mine, sweetheart. He busted in here saying I needed to turn over the location of some fellow named Crane, who I guess I must have served at some point or another. Since then, a steady stream of miscreants has been making my life irritating. Not exactly good for a budding business.
Tonight, we bring you Chapter 2 of Escape from the 42nd Century. Another classic tale from...
Looking for help?
Now that you mention it, I could use an extra pair of hands. See? That boy we put down? He's not the first of his crew to roll in here. But I want him to be the last.
Why are you looking over there? I'm over here,
Send my
lady.
people out to clean house, but my muscles run off, so I don't have the bodies to spare right now. But I'm willing to pay good money if you put an end to this for me. So, what do you say?
Yeah, sure.
That's what I was hoping. So, the details. Now, each of these boys came in asking after Crane. I'm thinking we can make that work for us. How would you grab the attention of a bunch of single-minded thugs?
Do you not pick up quest items if it's not your dungeon, or you'll have to restart it? Wait an hour in real life? Oh, God, okay. Thanks for telling me that, because I probably would have been like, ooh, thing! It's terrifying. Charisma. Mail invitations, maybe. That's what my mom did for my birthday parties. Though no one came to those either. You want me to pretend to be Kane?
Well, aren't you
Or is
a
it Crane?
smart cookie? And I think I know just how to do it. Just give me 1 second.
At least the radio in this game's a lot more interesting. Why is the mouse look not working?
Okay, I think I'll just... I just want you to know, architecture ain't exactly my forte. Huh, not half bad.
Let's start with something simple. Who exactly are you?
I have a name.
I have acquired a lovely disease.
So,
What is it?
ears. How would you go about getting the attention of these? Well, aren't... So what if I didn't
It
butcher
doesn't
the
tell
plans
me.
too
Let me
bad,
check.
it's
Oh,
got a little
parasites.
system built in that'll make sending out an advertisement and getting this gang's attention a snap. You just need to build it, use the tape it spits out to tell the
I have
world
gotten
you're
rid of
open for
the
business,
disease.
and then convince any punks that show up to tell you where their boss is hiding. They did teach you all how to build from schematics up in that vault of yours, didn't they? That's the spirit.
Hey, if you need a refresher, good old Morty Mort can help you out.
Hey, we got ghouls.
Hey, nah, I'm not bragging or anything, but I've got some tapes that cover that very subject.
Oh, Mort, not the tapes. Well, you find... Of course you're gonna need materials, but we should have enough lying around to cover you there. Get you together a little care package.
Alright, so when I'm standing I can mouse click, but when I'm sitting I can't for some reason.
And so you know, you might have to break some of this scrap down for parts. But I can spot you some workbench materials too, since you're doing me such a big one. Who knows? Maybe you'll learn something while you do it. Now, you ready to get this show on the road?
Yeah. Destruction, scrapping, and dealing with thugs, you're gonna need to pay more for all that.
It is a lot to ask. Fine. I could do 75, but that's as high as I'll go. That means
Oh
you're up
god,
to
having NPCs makes this game so much better.
hot dog.
Like instead of everything being robots or nothing. Oh, let me walk around and randomly do quests for dead people that I found their fucking dying death tapes. You know?
Gets left alone.
It's fucking stupid.
Glad to hear Vault-Tec actually took care of some of their people. You hear these rumors, right, about them just throwing folks to the wolves. Here's some rations and a fancy suit. Good luck. Well, don't you worry that smooth little face of yours. You are in good company now. Because around here, we look after one another. Now, what can I do for you?
Sounds like his vocal cord is still intact, so that's pretty good. Good job, Mordecai. You somehow avoided the bad shit. But also, hearing Mordecai reminds me a lot of Ephemeral Rift's ghoul character that he likes to play.
Allergies. Learned the hard way. I can't stand within 10 feet of a strawberry. Come on, man, that's a joke. Truth is, I was outside on Doomsday. Now, you see, I drove security, and I was coming back from a pickup in the truck when I feel this rumble, and then quiet. Then a whole lot less quiet. And the truck was hit with this wind, and it was like someone dropped a hurricane on it. I can hear it battering the truck. Bang, 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 like it's got a grudge against it. And then I unlocked the door and into the back, and then bang, I wake up.
Does Mordecai's voice, because it sounds a lot like
In the back of the truck,
Jason
alive and
Mewes.
kicking. All it cost me was my skin and any opportunity for someone liking me for anything other than my lovely personality. And that was the day I became, well, they call us ghouls. Not the most flattering name, but still beats being vaporized.
Okay. There it goes. I was like, is it gonna finish its thing?
Its advantages. Main one is that radiation rolls off me like water off a duck's ass. Can stride through a blast zone like
I wouldn't come outside.
Breeze.
Why? What's going on?
Also, means I can survive in situations that would turn a normal person into
A lot of people are
Did you make Bessie die?
Shit,
No.
you're looking at it, right? Head to toe disfiguration. There's also, well, you might have seen them. Not all ghouls are the same. Not sure how it happens. Why some ghouls lose their minds and others don't. But ever since I turned, there's always this nagging feeling, just at the back of my mind, that I will have
But she didn't even die from
on
that?
humans, raw! Seriously? Nothing? Shit, I thought it was funny. Overall, though, being a ghoul...
It is Jason Mewes. Oh fuck, that's so cool. I was like, it just sounds like either like a toned down Steve-O or Jason Mewes, because it sounds spot on with Jason Mewes. That's fucking cool. God, good job, Jason. I'm so proud of you. If you don't know who Jason Mewes is, it's Jay from Jay and Silent Bob. Like, after he got clean, he started getting more work in the last couple of years. And I guess in 2020, somewhere in there, when they started adding the NPCs, he's one of the ones they added. That's fucking awesome.
Apparently Jide is impervious to bullets.
Yeah, it's called being essential. He teaches you about using camp.
Listen, friend, you happen to be talking to the exact right person to fix your predicament. But if I'm gonna help you, I want something in return.
And also, Bessie is also impervious to bullets.
Listen, I got this plan. You're gonna help me get rich.
You're gonna get
The
rich.
folks who made it big off the gold rush, they weren't the prospectors. They were the folks that sold them their shovels. Now, I don't do shovels. What I collect is knowledge. I can go all sorts of places you folks with your rad-sucking skin can't. So, I'm
Sucking
selling what
skin.
I've got between my ear holes, and you're gonna test it for me. I made these hollow tips. Now, this set's all the info I dug up about that camp doohickey you bolters got. All I'm asking is you give them a listen and let me know what you think.
Sure.
You will? Oh, thank you. I mean, thanks. Just come back once you've taken them out for a test drive. Now,
Apparently
anything else
Jide is
you
no
wanted to
longer
chat
pissed
about?
at me.
I did.
Killed that dude.
And your eyes still work in case that's the reason you're bringing up the others. Look, the world's hard now. Better you learn that lesson real fast.
So what's your job?
Don't have one. I'm an independent operator. When these folks need a hand or got an errand that involves running into radiation, they come to me. Rads? They don't bother me anymore. In exchange, Duchess lets me drink. It doesn't bother me too much about my tab. Really, about the best sort of setup a guy in my situation could ever ask for. Well, at least until the tapes take off.
Didn't have anything at the moment.
Some other time then.
That's so cool.
Explore a piece of Appalachian history and take a tour of the Uncanny Caverns today.
I'm about to head out in a second.
Previously on A Better Life Underground.
It's bonus first.
I've spent so much time overseeing the vault that I overlooked my own son.
No, you got it all wrong. I didn't steal those chems.
I've heard enough of your excuses. Security, take him away.
And now, episode 243 of A Better Life Underground.
I don't know where I was getting the steak from. It had to have been Dragon Life that was making it. And then, wonder where I got the purified water. Well, the same thing.
This is beyond the use of a stim pack.
And well
I
rested.
can't say for sure when or even if he'll wake up.
Alright, here I come.
His blood work is consistent with that of a Mentats overdose.
Mentats? There can't
habitats are highly addictive.
Just ignore the dead
Quite
cow.
possible he's been
He
hiding
was like that
this
when I
from
got
you
here.
for a long time.
You piece of shit. Only loot corpses of someone else's instance, because if you pick up the tin cans or whatnot, it will register as picked up in your own instances too. So basically,
What are you doing here?
wait, so you mean don't loot other people's corpses kind of thing? Damn, how many cows did you kill?
Only one.
No, you killed 2.
Really?
Yeah. 2 out of 3. Sure.
Awesome.
Anyways. Hunter for hire, plan, crane, hunting size schematic in your inventory, optional. Build a workbench and scrap.
In the reactor room. Great idea. Next time we need to kill your husband, you can do that.
This isn't the time for jokes, Ben.
Well, look, the doc said he might still wake up, right?
Wait, where's the tapes?
Yes. So, all we gotta do is make sure he doesn't. Why don't we just smother him with this pillow right here?
Wait, there it is, hollow.
Are you insane? I'm the last person the doctor saw in here. They know
Where
it was me.
is?
Well, if you're so smart, what do you think we should do?
Mary ponders her
Is
devious
it?
options for a
Thorpe, we got a bit of situation here I want to report. Gonna send this here holotape with a runner to you as soon as I can. Me and the other trappers set up this camp here near Devil's Backbone just like we all agreed on. It's been working out for us.
Oh, there it is.
Plenty of game to catch, plenty of unlucky saps wandering in from the east still.
Fine. There we go.
But,
What was
Look
this
at
thing
you know how we
called?
said we stay out of Huntersville
There we
and
go.
don't drink the water near there?
Oh, wow.
Thought it was just some sort of quarantine zone full of sick people, so we made sure not to poke at it. We started hearing some noises coming from the town a bit back, so I done reckon we'd better send someone to check it out. Well, he come back talking about some big old green stalking around, trying to rip up the fence around town and busting up stuff real good. First I heard, so I get him to show me, and I don't believe my eyes. These big green fellas were in there, looked like, ransacking the town. Next thing you know, them Brotherhood of Steel folks are marching on it and clashing with the
There
other
we go.
guys, and they ain't doing too well against them. Soon as it looked like the armored goons were losing the fight, we hauled
There we
ass
go.
back
More
here,
tapes.
and that's where we're at.
Okay.
No.
Son of a... What tiny fisted rat built this... Oh, wait a second. They think it's on. It's... Hello? Hello. This is Mort McCoy. And welcome to the first of Headmaster Mort's EduTapes. Today we're talking about your camp.
Fucking love Jason.
Now, former Vault resident or someone who
Oh
killed
my
a
god,
Vault
it's
resident,
Jason Bourne.
Let's start off with the basics.
Let's Jason Mewes even better.
Your camp. When plunking down your camp, C-A-M-P, that's an acronym, for the first time, remember to... Wait, crap. Where'd that note... oh, here we go. Remember to take the lay of the land. Consider the grade of the terrain, general defensibility, and proximity to your surroundings. Could that clipped edge be used to protect your flank? You bet your chops it could. Once you found the perfect spot, it's time to move on to the best part
Think
of
it.
working with your camp. Construction! Construction can be an intricate process, so a steady hand and an eye for detainment, details, damn, I had to get that one wrong. An eye for details are a must.
Wait, so it wants me to put my camp here?
Familiarize yourself with the camp's
Yeah.
patented intuitive construction
It wants you to build a crane hunting incorporation
Don't worry.
sign at your
We'll
camp.
cover construction in gory detail in the
You have to go to your
next
camp
of
and build it.
Mort's
Yeah, but I could just move my camp here, I guess.
Yeah, if you want to.
What was that?
Alright, I guess I will go there because it's not letting me build anywhere around here.
Gosh, Martha, I don't know. There's a quiz tomorrow and I'm so nervous.
Hello, dedicated listeners. Welcome back to Headmaster Mord's EduTapes. Today, in this second tape, we are talking construction. Now, the first step of construction
Yes, 12.
Wait, what?
Oh, god damn it.
Soda? Soda's red, right? Wait, oh. Electing. First, electing what you're going to build. Once you've made that election, it's just 3 easy questions to construction success. 1. Is the location I've selected going to work for an object of the size and shape I'm building? 2. Have I read the schematics thoroughly?
There's a coffee mug on the table. When you take it, it won't spawn next time you're doing your quests. That way your friend can pick up the mug. Get your own mug after you start your own dungeon. Ah, that's freaking annoying.
Short on materials? Loot the local junkyard, mills, and warehouses for parts. Missing a critical schematic? Your local vendors might have just what you're looking for. And on that note, this has been Headmaster Mort's EduTapes. See you again soon. Solomon, so help me, this better be Jen. Where are you hiding?
I've stopped the alien invasion. Saved the planet once more. Time for an ice cold beer.
Alright, one last EduTape, then I'll put down the sign.
Lovely listeners, to Headmaster Mort's final tape in the camp series, powering your camp. After listening to the second tape, you should already be well trained enough to build a generator. If you haven't yet done so, I'll wait.
What?
Ah.
No.
Screw it. Alright, I'll assume you nailed it. Now, generators are the heart of your camp power system. Once your generator is built, all you need to do is connect it to the object
Water,
that needs power with the
resources,
wire.
appliances, beds, chairs, displays.
Though, be aware, your wire will need a clear, unobstructed path to establish and maintain a direct connection. Some objects, however, like simple light bulbs, do not require a direct connection. All you need to do is run a wire from your generator to a power pylon. Place the power pylon near your lights, then voila! Let there be lights! Well, this has been Headmaster Mort's Camp Construction Holotapes. Please check back with Headmaster Mort himself at the Wayward to learn more about his other exciting courses, including Mort, can I still eat this? And mutations. Am I a monster now? And thanks again for listening.
Alright, anyways.
Nailed it.
How the hell do I find this sign? Oh, maybe it's this one? What was the sign called again?
It's under quests.
In the construction?
Yeah, in your construction, yeah.
Quest. I'll see quests. Yeah, I don't see anything that says quests. Just like misc structures, wall decor.
Really? Huh. Is it under, like, new or recent?
No, it's supposed to be in my stash, right? Or not stash, my, blueprints, maybe? No. Nope, nothing in recent either. Alright, let me read the quest again. Oh, I gotta read the plan. Okay, duh. Did it. There we go. I had to read the note. Okay, now it should do it. I was wondering, I'm like, what the hell?
Some guy's gonna run across my base and he's gonna be like, I hit the jackpot on food. Because some guy put all his food outside.
Rebuild Operation HOA.
Let's put an ice-cold Nuka-Cola in the box.
Oh boy, that's a swell idea. But I don't get it. How does that change anything?
Think about it in terms of the number 2. Before we opened this box, the cat was 2 things.
Optional. Build a weapons bench near the camp.
Nuka-Cola, it also becomes 2 things. Flavorful and thirst-quenching.
Oh, I get it. It's all about the number 2. That's why Nuka-Cola Quantum has twice the calories, twice the carbohydrates, twice the caffeine, and twice the taste.
Can I not jump?
So, can I drink that Nuka-Cola, Mrs. Woodbury?
Yeah, I can't jump.
I'll tell you what. You do well on the exam tomorrow, and I'll give a bottle of Nuka-Cola Quantum to the whole class. And that goes double for you kids at home. Drink Nuka-Cola Quantum for twice the refreshment and twice the pep, and you'll ace every test.
Shove this up here.
Let's see, can I build? No, I cannot.
Wait, do I even have power at my base? I swear I did. Alright, I guess not.
Anywhere else at the park. If you want to learn more about it, please make your way to the world of refreshment. And your flyers all over the park promising it. And now that we're here, you're telling us there isn't. We want our quantum. We want our quantum. Wait, nobody? What flyers? I know every inch of this park. Every promotion we have going on. And not one of them is about... why do I bother? Hello, Marco? Yeah, we have a code quartz over here. Yes, I understand you're... Look, just come over here, please.
Yeah, just for now. Move it up here.
What a mess. Let's hope Marco can save the day. Meanwhile, let's check in on Emily and Paula, who are bravely responding to an incident on the Nuka rockets. All right, buddy, you're okay. Run along.
Guessing that's another nuke. Yep.
Attention, citizens. Nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience.
Yeah.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Damn, I didn't realize this game was so active, you know? Oh, that's way up there. Yeah, maybe I'll be able to see it.
What kind of engineer am I if I can't fix this simple ride? Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. What if it's not an engineering problem at all?
Nope, don't want to fast travel. I just want to set a marker. I'm pressing enter. Why isn't it placing a marker? Oh no, I almost fast traveled there. Move a marker. Okay, so it's gonna be like that way. Let's see if I can actually see it. There's an achievement to stand in the middle of a nuke too. Maybe later. Maybe later. Like I said, it is kind of crazy how active it is. I have like 2 nuke codes on me. 2 out of the 3 I think you needed.
See, where is something close to it?
It's the miner place. If you just put the marker just outside of it in the mountains to the southwest of it, you'll basically line it up. Just waiting to actually see a boom this time. Oh, I guess I see your marker and you see my marker. Because they're both like next to each other. Oh, okay. Yeah, because people used to just, it was the end game. You just kept dropping nukes and killing that big dragon thing that would come out, and then you do it all again. Like, the grind was so boring, which is part of why I stopped playing. Because I was like, this kind of sucks.
I can see it all with No trees, no way.
I don't see shit. Here, let me come to you. Sprint, damn it, sprint! Gone boom yet?
Don't think so.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see the timer now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Kablam!
I don't see no timer.
It was next to the death from above thing.
Oh.
Oh wait, I hear something happening. I don't see shit. Man, they nerfed the nukes. It's probably like causing people to crash or something. Or maybe that's it flying through the air? That sound? It does sound like something. Yeah, I think that's the rumble. And then there'll be a boom afterwards. Come on! Show me a boom. Show me a boom.
Well, there's the boom.
Wait, why does it sound like it's way over there?
There's a cloud now around that one rock. Wonder if there wasn't before.
Yeah. The sound doesn't even sound like it came from the right way, so I'm confused. Alright, well anyways. Wait, that's weird. When I look away, it's like the cloud gets bigger. Anyways. Jokes. Alright, let me finish this quest up then. What was I doing? Load the broadcast ape into the radio tower and activate the connection.
Yeah, I gotta go find a radio tower. There's an NPC out. There's an NPC out here.
It's cool. Is it living?
Yeah, it's some scavenger. It's complaining about it. It's gonna take another
Oh, so
hour.
it's not. It doesn't have anything to do with the sign then?
I don't think so. I think the sign is just put down the sign at your place, and then you gotta go to a radio tower.
Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Alright, let's find a radio tower near us. I don't remember these estates being a thing before.
There's
I guess they were?
There's a specific relay tower you have to go to. Relay tower EMB127. I'm going to it right now.
Fast travel necessarily.
Not gonna hoof it across the entire place.
I meant too much. Like, I'm not trying to... Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, so it's back by where we already were.
Yeah.
Right. Man, I'm wasting all my caps on all this fast traveling. That's part of why I don't want to fast travel. It's so expensive. That's all the money she just gave me, damn it. I'm gonna be out of caps, I think.
Oh.
So I'm gonna jog over there. Okay, let me remove my marker. I like this, the Coca-Cola song, but they made it Nuka-Cola. And I'm guessing it used to have the words to it like it did before, but they were getting smacked with DMCA's. Even though the words were completely different too. When I played with a buddy, one person had a perk for cheaper fast travel, and then we teleport on each other for free. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Fuck. Well, now I know I need to start teleporting onto Lucy while Lucy goes and does his fast travel thing, because he's a hoe. I mean, but all the quests should be nearby here now. I shouldn't have to go back to my camp for much. Except for, I guess, when I want to defend my camp from all the bandits. But then again, the turrets will take care of him. That's a Mr. Gutsy. Dude, I want grilled cheese all of a sudden. Grilled cheese. Oh yeah, how am I sounding today, Pat? Panda pants.
I'm not Pat.
Here to keep you
The
safe.
responders are here to keep you safe. But what's a responder?
Citizen, do not be alarmed. The responders are here.
Like, because the other day the mic kept cutting out and stuff, and I didn't realize until later on because it wasn't happening all the time. But I'm putting it through the old mixer, and it should sound a lot better. It goes to Washington. Oh no. Which will actually make my life easier when it comes to certain things. I do need to find a way to... Oh, okay. I can do it through there. And then I'll have game chat.
Hi.
Hello.
The
Alright,
thing
where we
is
going?
inside.
Did you already do it? You just like
Yeah.
ran through. Was there someone to kill or something?
Oh yeah, there's stuff to kill it if they died.
Oh yeah, I see one stuck. Why is your hand stuck like that?
You want a spine?
Yeah, for it. Maybe a couple bucks. I'll take a skull. I am the predator.
42nd century? Maybe Jenkins' calculations
Torch
were
detection
pretty good experiment
communications.
with after all. The Chronotron
Online.
backpack's time
Rover
crystals are
repair unit
completely out of
dormant.
sync. It'll need quite some time to realign themselves to my point of origin. What is with all the
Supply
propaganda around
holotapes to
here?
connect to the Onomic NCRA system.
Dolphins?
Okay, so that didn't do anything.
You gotta load the holotape, load broadcast.
Yeah, it didn't give me that option, so let me try
Just
again.
go back to the
Oh
main
wait,
menu.
I'm stupid. Never mind. Yeah, load holotape. I completely forget that that's how that works.
Of regular humans like me. Better find a spot
Broadcast
to lay low
tape.
as the time crystals resynchronize.
And then it's like, go back to your camp. Okay.
Uh-oh, that's not good. Atomic
Message uploaded. Initiating broadcast pause.
Blinding flash bought me a bit of time for my escape, but I need to get out of here in a hurry if I don't want
Attention, all consumers. New business established. Please seek out Crane Treasure Hunting Incorporated.
Thanks for serving
To exchange goods and services.
bringing me to
Initiate tower. Follow the signs. Fortune.
It's fun.
Broadcast complete.
Damn it, now I gotta go back to my base. Unless we're going to your base, because you're just closer.
Your base, if you go back to your base, it might get attacked.
Yeah. Fine,
Oh.
it's got sweet ass guns. Where are you?
Oh. It brings an NPC.
Proud
over.
unevolved. My audio is bad because I got the lowest quality while downloading stuff. However, it does not cut off. Okay.
I have some time to deal before I can return to my home. Sector. Did I hear something on the loudspeakers earlier about sublimation candidates?
Did you put up the sign? Did you connect the
Yeah.
sign to power?
I didn't even have to connect the sign to power. Or wait, do you?
Yeah. Give it power. Oh, never mind, you're right. What's up, bro? Wait, I couldn't just kill him? Death to the enemy! Just one-shotting them. God, imagine a couple dudes with power sledges just sprinting at you like, free food!
Now I gotta go back to Duchess.
There ain't nothing here.
This
It
guy
just says,
had a.
oh, it said return to camp for me. Fuck!
Yeah, you gotta go to your camp and fend off 2 radicals.
Oh no, it's so hard.
Yeah.
You
I gotta take a break from this game though.
Why? Is it bad?
It's got head bobbing.
Turn it off. Mine's
I
off.
can't. There's no way to turn off head bobbing.
Yeah, there is. Mine's off.
Not for me.
Head bob.
Yeah, you still have head bobbing when I watch your stream and you're walking around.
Let me see. Let me get out of this power armor first, because that gives you, yeah, that gives you bounce, but not necessarily head bob.
Well, bouncing up and down.
Oh yeah, I guess it is slight head bob, but it's turned down like a lot, so I don't really notice it.
Well, it's enough to make me sick.
Ah, weak. No, I'm just kidding. All right, let me sprint back to my camp then and see what happens.
Well, I'm gonna hop off and go to bed because I got work. Bye bye.
Power armor buddies, yeah, we could be. Teaching a boomer how to use a VHS stream. What's a VHS stream? Yeah, I'm right here. What's up?
Whoa, you're not Crane. What the hell's going on here?
Okay. You know Crane?
Crane found the treasure. Holy shit. Where is he?
What can you tell me about him?
Not much more than you. He came to Appalachia not far back, hunting for the same.
Just say Appalachia, you bastards.
Last time I saw him, he mentioned something about an abandoned storage facility he picked up some details on, but beyond the general, he didn't share. Now, your turn. Where is he?
My turn.
The Wayward, huh? He might be. I pay the place a visit. Appreciate the tip, not Crane. Good luck out here.
I'll kill you. Good. Why does it look like there's a bunch of dudes inside my base?
Hey, we're not gonna beg at that point. But you will. You don't get out here right now.
Why are you in my base? Let's see what guns I got on me. Is this the M79? Oh, it's out of ammo. Hit him. Bring me Crane. Last spotted the Wayward. Males. Middle build. Dangerous, allegedly not, but be careful. First person to get him. Give up the location of his treasure. Gets a share of the overall take. West Virginia lumber. So he's gonna be to the north of me, not too far. If I remember correct, that's where the lumber was. Oh, I want their clothes. Their gas mask looks sweet. Like, look at that. That looks freaking cool. Like I said, the game's a lot better with AI shoved in. Fix my wall. Oh yeah, so I was gonna ask you, Panda, when did you last play this? Oh, here we go.
Another perfect day in Nuka World. We joined an be round the corner. Let's see what adventure awaits.
Let's repair.
Charlie, I've been waiting all day for this. Where to next?
All right, whatever. Let me finish my base at least.
That's my job, Marcus Bryant. You know, you can just call me. I'm going to get all the information I can for you, especially the reptile mouse. It's my personal favorite. You know, snakes can be very dangerous. Then a bear came. We have a big bear and a small bear. Now the big bear is silly, and the small bear is grumpy, and sometimes they try and steal the guest's food. Okay, so how close do you get to Cappy's treehouse? It has a maze, an elevator to the top with a view of the whole park.
Ah, freaking copper. Never mind.
I'm so excited to help and guide you today, Park Guest Brian. Come on down to Nuka World and see it for yourself. The crowd is in panic. What could it be? Just then, as Charles and Park Guest Brian enter the Safari Adventure Zone, trouble strikes.
Up the stairs.
Just missing our hero's head. The animals are loose and roaming free among the guests. This cannot be good for Nuka World. Security guard Marco approaches our hero.
Please, leave the area immediately. Yes, sir, it's true. The animals are loose. Over. Not sure at the moment, but I'm investigating, sir. Over. Yes, sir. We've located the lions and tigers, but not the bears. Over.
Oh, there they are, Marco. Over there by the Nuka blasters. I don't think there's honey on their pot. It's probably barbecue sauce. Bears love anything sweet and sticky. Little trivia for you.
I've located the bears, sir. By the bottle blasters. They're drinking barbecue sauce. They seem very content. Over. Good idea, sir. I'll get more barbecue sauce to keep them subdued. Over. Hey, Charlie. Nice spot with the bears. Say, what's your friend's name?
I'm Brian.
I'm Marco, the security guard. Nice to meet you, Park Guest Brian.
You can call me.
How'd you know that about bears, Charlie?
Oh, I love animals. I know all sorts of facts. Did you know frogs have 360-degree vision? I could use 360 vision right about now.
You seem to know a lot about animals. Think you could help me out?
Whatever.
Yes. Nothing dangerous, I hope.
Yeah, a few geckos are lost, some lizards.
Wood. Alright, let me get some wood.
Oh, the anaconda is loose.
Oh, snakes! Why is this happening?
Sabotage, Park Guest Brian. Sabotage.
No, why does it... Exit. There we go. It's so frustrating. Alright, where's one of my axes?
We need to stop it. I love Nuka-Cola, so I'll help out.
Fantastic. I'll order more barbecue sauce for the bears, and we'll head to the reptile house to see what we can find.
This is so exciting. We get to help Nuka World, see animals up close, and save the day. Or be fun.
Does that actually help chop down the tree? I just swore this is how you used to get wood, by chopping them down. I'm trying my tomahawks.
Snakes love warmth and heat.
Shit's broke as fuck.
Area of Safari Adventure Zone.
Okay, so I'm guessing this is a thrown weapon then. Am I wrong? Is this not pick them from falling branches? Oh, okay. Did you only play for 5 minutes though? I meant to ask you that. Thinking I could chop down some trees like a boss.
I need
There's wood everywhere, nowhere to grab. Is there no wood? The question. Oh, how'd you only get 5 minutes in? Like, and then quit. What happened? Was it just that bad or something? It did want me to go to the lumber mill, I'm guessing, because that's where that little missive came from. So maybe I should go over there and beat some ass. Also, I was saying all this wood everywhere and nothing I can grab. Whoa, what? Oh, that was weird.
Attention, Space Cadets. This is Captain Cosmos.
And I'm Stella Skyfire.
And together, we've got an important announcement for
Stop.
all you budding astronauts.
That's right. We've partnered with the good people at Don't Be Bored Games to leave you a special message in every box of the legendary run.
But Stella, why
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I heard the Nuka World update really made the game good.
No one wants to hear you sing, Captain. But more importantly, those messages can be intercepted by the evil Dr. Sorbo. That's
I want some wood.
Listen up. All Blood Eagles out there are invited to a show. We captured Beckett. If you want to see blood, roast a pig, then come on down to Poseidon. Bring your friends. If they ain't Blood Eagles, they'll get shredded too.
Jingles just took off with our breakfast.
Well, looks like we've got a flight to catch. This is Stella Skyfire.
And Captain Cosmos blasting off.
Hey. I didn't know Scorch could use weapons. Stop that. How'd that miss? Hey, I wonder if that's all three. It's like the nuke codes just keep coming to me. Or that's the... specifically, just to get into the silo. I don't remember.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
Mortimer, where did you find this classic Ming vase?
This is like a very heavily modded Fallout, if you think about it.
First of all, it's not me. I would have mentioned if you didn't call me a communist. Second, I didn't purchase it from the museum.
Really? Was it at the gallery in Soho?
Hot dog.
The Bohemian Art Show?
See, it ain't called a glizzy. Go fuck yourself.
I'm going to have to ask Mr. Happy to turn on the furnace.
You have to tell me. I simply must know.
At Appalachian Antiques.
You mean to tell me there's a store selling the finest...
Why don't you keep attacking that big flying thingamajig that wants you dead?
That's correct. It's just up the road, north of Fort Defiance. On Antiques. And prices are only a true
Scorch beast a little bit. Look more like bats now, so it makes a lot more sense than whatever the hell they were before, I guess.
goods and antiquities for sale, but never all.
Hey, hey, hey!
Another classic
Got a gun around here somewhere. Wait, maybe I don't. Cut it out. Oh shit. Alright, raid boss, go away. Yeah, but they didn't used to be. They were like this weird, like, basically a dragon. They were literally Skyrim dragons that were reskinned, and then they were scorched, like the ghoul scorched. But, like, they didn't resemble bats, if I remember correct. It was something weird, where everyone was just like, this is kind of dumb. Oh my god, how far are you gonna aggro, dude? Go away. Yeah, stay there. Fuck off, you smell like cheese. See. Quest here? No. Fuck! I hate that it doesn't keep sprinting while I'm in the map. Alright, I'm guessing it's that way.
Just help me secure the chronotron to my back and let's continue the testing.
Always appreciate your moxie, KD.
Still behind me? Alright, cool. Finally read the damn map.
I've made some small adjustments to the experimental calculations.
Back to here.
No time like the present, Doctor.
Dang it, just... I hate that the controls are all weird in this. Really throws me off. Alright, there. It's like... Okay, so it was that symbol.
That doesn't sound quite right, Dr. Jenkins.
I think these are new. Because basically I explored the entire map the first time I played this. Another nuke boy. Come here, you. Fuck you. Smash your boy. The fact that I can't get their guns off of their dead bodies is kind of lame. But at least now I guess they use guns a little bit. They used to only basically be feral ghouls. I don't remember them ever actually using guns. Got up later. Blue. Oh yeah, what you downloading, by the way? What you want, baby, I got it. Wait, they got pitchforks in the game now? I don't remember these before, but I could scrap them. I'll keep the fire axe. Like 76 or 4? Not sure. You put a cap in there, now I'm like, I don't know. Fusion core. This really is just a very modded out Fallout 4, which I kind of dig, but like I'm glad eventually it's a decent game. Oh, there's some wood. All right, cool. Shadows look like that. 36. I don't know. I'm gonna play. Just premature download. I mean, I'm gonna play for a couple of days before I do Cyberpunk, so I figured I'd get some of this out of the way because I've been hearing from friends that it's really good, like Continue and stuff was saying that it's actually pretty good now. And I was really depressed that I couldn't play Fallout 4. Like, it was either broken or whatever was wrong with it. I just could not get it to do what I needed to do without like 20-minute load times. Like, it was really bad. So I was like, you know, this is kind of like a good alternative. So I actually might do this next year for Christmas, or if I can get Fallout 4 working properly, I'll do that. Oh, that's new.
Overseer's personal journal. Vault 76 was built to take the best and the brightest. But that wasn't what all the vaults were for. The Societal Preservation Program. I wasn't supposed to know about it. But when I found out, Evan wanted me to tell the press. But I didn't.
She know that. Wait, how long ago was this Overseer in there, if you think about it?
Was ethically wrong, but the goal of finding the most suitable people to repopulate, to understand humanity pushed to the extremes. What if that was the only way for us to survive? We can't save everyone. That's what they always told us. And I thought, I still think, they were right. Vault-Tec found out that I knew. I thought I was going to be fired or arrested, but instead they confided in me. Vault 76 was going to be a control
It was
vault,
all new.
no experiment.
I'll mess with it later.
I was so relieved. But they told me
Rail yard's where I used to sell things, but it's a different rail yard.
I had to leave West Virginia. My people behind. I couldn't let them do that. No matter
The hell
what.
was that?
I'm so sorry, Evan. I wish I could say I would have made another choice. That I would have picked dying in this house together when the bombs fell. I never stopped thinking about you.
Yeah, alright, see? Exactly. This is supposed to be how many years after the bombs fell, and this Overseer is like, I lived in my house. I have no idea. A lot of the stories of this game never made sense to me. So many plot holes. So she'd be at least like 90 by the time she starts exploring by herself. Because she left that morning. What are those things? Oh, the miners. Stop. You missed, piece of shit.
Solve the pollution crisis and balance the budget. I'm afraid I can't vote for it.
Good hit, little guy.
The session begins. I plan to filibuster the... Wait, what are you doing? Congratulations, Robo-Rilla. I can't wait to sign your proposal into law. By the way, you've got something in your teeth. Is that Senator Colburn's leg?
Watch as this titanium titan navigates politics, corruption, and backroom deals the only way he knows how, with no regard for human life. See it all and more in this thrilling motion picture event. Robo-Rilla goes to Washington.
Okay, sorry. That sneeze like my ass. Wait, so... Fuck.
Where can I get a Porta Diner guaranteed fresh pie? Well, Billy, you can find a Porta Diner guaranteed fresh pie at your neighborhood Red
He
Robin
sneezes.
and other fine establishments. How swell. I'm gonna get a Porta Diner guaranteed fresh pie today.
Nothing fits your deli finer than goodies from a Porta Diner. Guaranteed fresh.
Yeah, that happens to me a lot. I don't like it. I don't know why they happen, and I hate them. Because there's other ones that make my neck hurt. Like, it feels like the veins of my neck got, like, overloaded with pressure, like, right then. It's just, so you try to, like, stretch out the muscles and everything. Like, you're just like, I'm dying. Like, dude, those are no joke. Like, sneezes are gonna be what kills me when I'm 90. Steak. Found some good stuff. Little Ginger Snuggles is gonna be my best friend now. Oh, someone already killed this dude. And it wasn't me. Alright, anyways, I should get back to where I'm supposed to be going. Fallout's just such a distracting game for me, even this version. I just noticed I'm running at 35 FPS. Because it looks like butts even on Ultra, so you just bump it to high. Oh, wait. I forgot to restart the game earlier. Well, it'll be fine next time then. Alright. I don't remember a lot of this stuff. Maybe it was here. Like, I'm pretty sure I remember this giant quarry thing going on. But then there's, like, those big apartment things over there. I don't know if I remember those, unless that's where the robots were hanging out. They were, like, the robot bandits. Hey. Bad you. How are these missing? Like I'm inside your body, sir. Jeez, just one tapping each of me. Heal a little bit.
Susan, I'm glad you could join us today. We really have to discuss Jerry's recent incident.
My little Jerry is a saint. You and
Of course, Susan. No one is trying to place blame here. However, 3 missing hamsters, a broken chalkboard, and 7 named children demands at least a discussion of accountability.
Your little classroom calamity is not my problem. My problem
Ooh,
is
right
my
there.
child's brain is now inside a damn robot. How is he supposed to play catch with the other kids with these ridiculous claws?
Mother, you are embarrassing me.
And now, episode 6.
Wire skill 2. Come on, let me try anyways. Maybe I'm smart. How am I ever supposed to level up my lockpicking? Isn't lockpicking that thing where you need a stupid card to do?
We've all heard the clattering and howling late at night.
It's probably Edward Jenkins.
I like the old way.
Really, Victoria? Ed Jenkins?
Like, I mean, Fallout 4. Bone worms.
Died out there, and now he wants his revenge.
Well, we'll have to chase him off soon. The constant howling has been disrupting my beauty rest. does Vault-Tec security mean to do about it?
As much as I hate being near the reactor, I suppose I can take a look. If there's any flim-flam going
Alright, let's get
on,
out of here.
you can rest assured I'll handle it. With some hesitance, the trio of would-be ghost hunters make their way to the Vault's nuclear reactor, a place you'd normally want to avoid, even if there wasn't a potential specter roaming the area.
The air here is so sticky. I feel like I'm breathing in pure death.
It's the spirit of Edward Jenkins. He's inhabiting this whole section of the vault. I can feel it. He's likely to take his vengeance upon us at any moment just for coming into his territory.
Just hold on now, you two. That's just
Deathclaw meat. Deathclaw meat.
It's perfectly harmless. I think you've been getting worked up over a big nothing. Just then, a ghostly apparition streaks across a dark section of the room, startling even the hardened Vault-Tec security officer. Perhaps the vault is haunted by its past demons after all.
Did you see what I saw?
Okay, cool.
What was that?
All full up.
Paul? I'm scared.
Get back, Victoria. Whatever it is, Vault-Tec security training has prepared me to not be afraid of anything, even apparitions.
It seems to be coming from over there, behind that large console.
Time to
Bring back Oblivion lockpicking where it's like you could try the masters. I mean, Fallout 4, unless I modded it that way, always let you at least try. But if it was like a master, you'd really have to know the sweet spot, or every pick would break first try.
I'm a goner for sure. Save yourself. It's covering me in some sort of foolish goo.
What in the world is that peculiar aroma? I know that smell. Is that pork and beans?
Oh, that's no ghost. That's just
Oh yeah, the pins. I forgot about that. Yeah, the pins weren't bad.
I guess I wasn't going to be able to hide forever.
I just like the simplicity of the newer ones.
How did you get back in here? I watched you get exiled.
Honestly.
You'd be surprised what a man can accomplish with a high enough will to survive.
Hey, it's Brain
Any protections on the reactor
from Pinky and the Brain.
I suppose because they didn't think anyone would be stupid enough to subject themselves to such intense radiation. Joke's on them, though. I'm exactly that amount of stupid.
Why are you covered in beans?
I sneak into the kitchen every night for some grub. But tonight, the damn air duct broke, landing my keister straight into the big pot for tomorrow's lunch.
So you are the reason I've been so rudely awoken for so many months. All that awful moaning.
And you try crawling through these tiny vault vents every day with level 3 radiation sickness and see if you don't cry out in pain.
Well, since you seem to love radiation so much, I think we could probably find a way to keep you around. See, these reactor cores need a good scrubbing.
He'll never survive that, and then he'll haunt us for sure. Paul, would you do that to your own long-lost brother?
Next time on A Better Life Underground.
Hey, Heather. Is that a copy of Bubble Bomb?
Your long lost brother.
Oh, hi Jesse. I just started playing it. Bubble Bomber is great. You should try it.
I don't know. I heard a rumor about it secretly mind-controlling people through its sheer addictiveness.
That's preposterous, Jesse.
Why would you say that?
Bubble Bomber is life. Where is your Bubble Bomber? It's time for you to play Bubble Bomber.
What? What's happening? Get your hands off me!
Yes, Jesse. Come sit down and see what Bubble Bomber is all about. We must all bomb the bubbles.
Forgot if you search them, they just die.
They're busy all throughout the day, and morning is no exception. How can the mother on the go find time to ensure her family gets the nutrition they need?
You can say that again. Some days there's just no time to cook, and my children are such fussy eaters.
Worry no more, Mom.
That is not what I thought she was about to say.
Please clear the way. joy, giving, and merriment
has a
in
delicious and
progress.
nutritious breakfast. With 47 grams of sugar per serving, you can feel confident
Oh, this someone's base.
will have the energy they need to face the day.
Thanks, sugar bombs.
And they're not just good for you. Kids love
Why they made it look more like a base.
Are not satisfied with your gift. This unit is not authorized to make exchanges.
Oh yeah, they changed the look of this place.
You can send them in for a real Dr. Zorbo decoder wristband and a booklet of fun activities. It's swell.
Thanks, Billy. So remember, smart moms to sugar bombs for a happy and healthy family.
This unit is specialized in deploying the following morale initiatives: cheer, joy, holly.
I swear that used to actually be the, instead of this person's base, it used to actually be a little spot where you can sell things. I don't know, unless that's not the one I'm thinking it is. It's a pretty cool setup though. Like, you used to not be able to build your base inside of houses. I'm helping. No. Free food. Free food.
Tonight, in Chapter 1 of Zorbo's Revenge, we find ourselves within the cold...
How's your download going though? You caught up yet? You here yet? I actually don't know if I have you on here. Because I don't even know if it saved my Bethesda friends.
The glory, the gunfire, the screams of helpless civilians under my command. Another planet will soon fall to the steely might of Spibulor. Now, if only I could make sense of this man.
Little does our alloyed overlord know that the nefarious
Hold sprint the whole time. I can just press X and then sit back and let it kind of do its own thing. Hey, what's your internet speeds like these days?
Curses! This is a map of my own galaxy. No wonder I can't find the invasion target. Did I hear something? It must have been the caffeine synthesizer.
General, I'm trying to make a dramatic entrance.
An unexpected visitor. Could it be? The Emperor who battled in a magnificent race across the galaxy, who stood up to the repugnant morals of
Yeah,
the
35 megabits a second. It's not too bad
must be the one and only
on your download.
Captain Cosmos.
Yes, Your Honor, to me. Wait, but you got us backwards. I'm Dr. Zorbo.
Is that so? I can't quite feel. Let me raise my optical line.
Watch where you're shooting. We are on the same side. At least I think we are.
My apologies. That was my optical disintegrating beam. I really need to get those buttons further apart.
Yes. Well, as I was saying, I am the former and future Emperor of the Universe, the glorious Dr. Zorbo. And I have heard tell of your authoritarian pursuits, General. You shall be honored to serve me in a quest to take back my rightful
Finally, a log.
of the universe.
Hey, cut that out.
My recruitment drive is really come to a standstill, Dr. Zirconium.
Not working. Oh, wait, there it goes.
Volunteer to command an army in honor of
together and build a giant death machine to take down Jingles the Moon Mongoose? Now that is a directive I can agree with, Doctor. Let's get started immediately.
How did you... I didn't even make it. Oh, never mind. We'll sort this out later. A spike cage? Why in the world is your personal chamber rigged with death traps?
Why, Doctor, you stepped right onto that bathroom scale. It should be quite easy to avoid.
Of course. I stepped there on purpose. It was just a test. Your deceptive ineptitude is quite a force to be reckoned with, General. Welcome to... the team. Now let me out of here!
It takes several hours, but General Confusion finally locates the button to disarm Dr. Zorbo's unfortunate prison. Not before trying out a litany of other similarly unlabeled death trap buttons. Against all odds, the two villains come out of the
Helped. What? You don't want to be friends? They're fine.
on the shared frustration of misunderstanding each other. Why will Dr. Zorbo recruit next?
Bad robot.
And when the time comes for them to face each other, will Captain Cosmos fall prey to General Confusion's baffling misconceptions?
Finally back.
Hey, Mitchell. Ready to start the new school year?
Gosh, Martha, I don't know. There's a quiz tomorrow and I'm so nervous. The butterflies in my stomach won't stop fucking.
Simulator. Yeah, honestly. You tried Project Zomboid. I've been seeing it because my friends were super into it a while back, and I was gonna say yeah, they're modding it out and stuff like that, but they haven't been happy with their mods in a while. So I'm like, once they're happy, I'll give it a try.
Natural pick-me-up that helps you clear your mind and focus. They're also great for memory. One dose and you'll remember just
Can't do anything fun.
Let's
cook everything.
but I broke his window.
Jeez, Martha, are you ever going to let that go? It's been 6 years.
Not as long as I have my Mentats, I won't. And soon, you won't forget it either.
What? Gotta use wood scraps to cook food? Man, you guys suck.
The Diabolicals have trapped them in a sinister maze, and only you have the power to guide them out.
But I'm no superhero. What can I do to save them?
You can do plenty with an unstoppable attitude, $50, and your parents' permission. You too can be a champion of truth, justice, and capitalism. Advance across the
Make a backpack.
versus the Diabolical game board to free our 5 heroes and beat these dastardly Diabolicals at their own game.
Gosh, that sounds amazing.
And
But I've got a lot of homework.
armor.
That first? There's no time. The fate of the universe is on the line, and the clock is ticking.
Oh, shit.
Put down your pencil, hurry to your nearest retailer, and ask about the Unstoppables versus the Diabolical game board today.
The recon helmet. Oh yeah, I forgot I used to run around with this on. Man, I really don't have much. Like, it really does look like I just started the game. Any way to build a backpack, so how the hell did people learn to build backpacks? Huge. Conveniently located at the corner. All kinds welcome. Okay, so I have to just keep going. Yeah, I was gonna say, because they didn't have backpacks back when I played. Wait, so why is it the right color now, but it's not the right color the other times? I'll have to see if I can fix that. A big slab. Slab of meat, slab of meat. We'll find out. So I plan on doing most of this. Got nothing better to do.
Well, you don't look too worse for wear. You managed to figure out where those miscreants are hiding?
Sounds like the headquarters at the lumber mill. Dutch is bringing me your finest flannel. I'm heading to West Virginia lumber. For this gang instead of you.
Good to know. Then that's where their boss will be. You need to go...
Wait, West Virginia lumber? That is not right. You misheard them for sure.
And that's of concern. Why, exactly?
Was wandering up that way not too far back. The lumber company? That place was overrun with a bunch of those big green bastards. Mutants.
Oh, they put super mutants back
You've
in.
seen those Frankensteins. If this
They were
guy
only
was
in
able
one
to
part of
clean
it.
those things out of the mill, these guys might be tougher than advertised.
You got any recommendations on how you'd proceed?
Well, I wouldn't go any
AK if you're wearing flannel.
unless you got some big guns.
No. That's when you pull out the AR platforms. AKs are for people in
There was this family I ran into up that way
Uchankas.
that I'm sure has had to deal with them already. There was also this, let's say, special scrapper who was making some pretty bold claims about his knowledge of the mill. Wouldn't be a bad idea to check in with either of them.
Previously on A Better Life Underground.
Nice.
I've spent so much time overseeing the vault.
Tell me about this family.
You'll find them at Anchor Farm, if these thugs haven't already run them off. But if they are still there, well, they probably managed to work something out with them. Hey, it couldn't hurt to find out what it was.
Yeah, makes sense. Tell me about the
Found
scrapper.
him living in the stalls at Tyler County Fairground. Guy kept claiming he knew the best way to run the mutants out of the mill. But listen, I couldn't get him to spill how. Probably have a better chance he'll share what he learned with someone who still has an entire face.
That's funny. Alright.
Well, that's a good thing, because that's all I've got. If you haven't already explored up that way, the fastest route back would be via Vault 76 and trekking north from there. And take care of yourself, all right? You're doing us a big one here.
Mentats are highly addictive.
I feel like I've heard it all already. It's kind of sad. Pirate Radio used to be fun.
For a long time.
And the people near the lumber mill seemed on the up and up, but I'd still be on my guard. Being too friendly is how you end up dead. Now, what do you need?
I listened to your tapes.
Did you now? What did you think?
They were fun. You know, I think you got a real future as a producer. Let someone else handle the talking and writing and all the technical aspects.
I mean, yeah, that's what I thought too. I figured I'd do a couple more batches. I mean, I'll have this thing down. Headmaster Mort will be a household name before you know it. Thanks for being honest. Now, was there something else I could do for you?
No, thanks. Oh, this is the robot radio. That's right.
survives because I've been thinking a lot about starting a brand new raider gang. And we're gonna need some easy pickings when we're back in business. Maybe someone would be willing to help me out, and maybe I'd be willing to let said someone live when the raiders rule again.
Source of endless fireside horror stories, the Grafton Monster is said to be a lumbering, pale, headless horror that wanders the woodlands of Grafton, West Virginia.
Oh, I've got bad news for you. Congratulations, you're addicted. Well, you could try to ride it out, but I wouldn't recommend it. You could recruit an unsuspecting lackey to keep bringing you more.
Kill the gang leader or convince the gang leader to leave the wayward alone. Question the family at Anchor Farm. Speak with Scrapper. I am gonna like close all these other quests because they're fucking with me.
Maybe you'll get lucky and figure out how to concoct your own cure. But I sure as hell don't know how. So don't ask me. And if you manage to survive the withdrawal, maybe you'll think
Yeah, let me hit this real quick.
advice from strangers or strange robots.
If it's what I think it's doing, that means it lets me do this.
Anyway, tell you to take all those cans.
Misk. Alright, let's go. I've already placed my camp, leave me alone.
Hello, Appalachia. This is your deadly neighborhood raider, Rose, and
Why are they saying Appalachia? I hate it so much.
But I'm here to keep things interesting. If you miss the explosions, mayhem, and pure chaos of the early days after the bombs dropped, then I'm here to help. Stay tuned. Toodaloo for now, girls and boys.
Attention, people of Appalachia. This is Paladin Romani of the Brotherhood of Steel, broadcasting from Fort Atlas. You are no longer facing the wasteland alone. The Brotherhood has returned. Our mission is to help you lead a better, safer life, free from the dangers left behind in the wake of the Great War. If you require aid, or if you wish to join us in our mission, find us at Fort Atlas. A new dawn is here for Appalachia. Join us.
All right, I'm back. Just had to check a trap to see who it killed. The answer is no one worth worrying about. Ever wonder how I managed to stay so sharp and alert? Day in and day out, all I ever do is work the radio booth and try to rebuild the greatest gang of raiders the world has ever seen. It's tiring. It's Mentats, people! That's how you do it. I'm not saying these little pills will make you smarter, but I've done studies, you see. Many studies, like big studies. And let me tell you, they perk you right up. It's like kickstarting your brain. You'll see and hear things you didn't think you could see and hear, and boom! You'll feel like a certifiable genius.
Over there, never mind.
Take them when you want to feel smart in front of your friends. And if you find any, feel free to drop by and we can conduct some more studies.
Yeah, drugs. I guess it's just gonna keep saying place your camp. I already did that though. Leave me alone. My camp's in the best place. Ooh, people that are alive, kinda. Hey.
You wait until I figure out how to get up to you. Piece of crap. I got a gun around here somewhere. Fuck. Oh. Damn it! There we go. That's what they always say.
Just checking in with all my listeners in the Appalachian Wasteland. I feel like
Oh, that's how I get up there.
some more about all the chems out there. If I don't, how will you know what to bring me when I ask for it? And you can use them too. Now, maybe young before the war, or one of those straight-laced weirdos who was too good for chems. Well, buckle up, because it's a new world out there, and you're gonna need all the help you can get. Take Buff-Out, for example. If you came fresh out of the vault, your body is probably weak and infected from all those years of living in luxury, eating your canned cram. Like veal. Take yourself some Buff-Out, run longer, and hit harder. You'll be a star athlete in no time. No training required. Just look at
Well, there's your AK there, Panda.
human spine with a single metal claw, and it's all thanks to Buff-Out. Be careful though, it's incredibly addictive. Don't blame me for any side effects.
Actually, I should have ammo for it, so let me equip that.
Hello, world. Wait, was that supposed to be funny? I was trying to think of a joke and came up with that instead. Whatever, don't mind me. I've been doing a lot of chems. I want to let you all in on a little secret. There's a reason why I'm alive and no one else is. They all sucked. Not all of them were losers, yes.
Oh, it's semi. Wow, that feels really weirdly inaccurate. The radio seems really quiet. Or not quiet, but like, it all repeats a little bit too often. It's like within 30 minutes, it's already repeating. Like, there's probably more other stuff in there, but it's weird. Oh, okay, yeah, I should probably bring it to one of those weapons benches to see about that. Yeah, it's a cute little 20-rounder. Probably isn't even the right way to get to where I'm going. Another reason why I like having power armor on me at all times. Survive every drop. Since I accidentally fall off things constantly in this game. I just looked at it as a shovel handle for a buttstock on this AK. It's adorable. Which one's which?
On whom I could depend. You walked out on me, what else can you be? Just a fair weather friend.
Anchorage Farm, that's the family. That's Tyler County, guys. Okay, so just go in the straight line, I guess. In the Atom Shop, there's an AR skin for it. Call it Screaming Eagles. I have some points, I'm pretty sure, from back in the day. Let me see. Nope. Oh.
I'll see this, friends. It's true that there are people in the world who will let you...
Oh, there's some free skins. I like free. Wait, but it said free. Where's free? That's cool. That's right, I got all that stuff from back in the D. Never thought I'd see free stuff though from them, if I'm being completely honest. A lot of their stuff wasn't cool. Was this one scary? No, so sorry. No, I missed one. Missed two. Give me your lunch money. No. Live life with a twist, a new cool twist. Something different every time. When entering adventure world. Subject to max weight. And then that'd be for weapons. Well, there's these. Let's see, Screaming Eagles. I'm guessing that's not available right now. Manta Man. Nuka Shine hat. That's awesome. That gives me such a good idea. Quickly snap a picture. Oh. I forgot I'm using this. So that gives me a really good idea. The iron sight sucks because it's off center. Oh, that's stupid. Oh, there's that skull mask I was talking about earlier where I'm like, that'd be sweet if I had it. Oh, I don't have enough. Never mind then. You wish. You wish, Fallout. Thank you. Wait, so I have stuff like this? Cool. You were among the first into Appalachia and you blazed a trail. Crashful in the armor workbenches. Oh, that's freaking neat. Wait, wasn't there an armor bench right over here? I want to go try to see if I can make those night vision goggles, see if they work. Old country road, come take me home to the place where I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, old country road. This game's the only reason I know that song, to be honest. I think I might have heard it a couple times prior to that, but I don't really remember. Oh, like me. Up you.
I still get goosebumps every time I hear it. You do too, don't you? Aw, I know you do.
Where is it? I swear it used to be like right over here. Huh. Because I've walked to it like twice. Alright, I'll just borrow this first space if I can. As long as they're cool about it. Then use it. Put my weapon. That is one of the favorites.
I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one and with your
What? Oh, because I fat fingered the E.
I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start.
Oh, you hold R. That's it.
I don't want to set the world on fire, honey. I love you too much. I just
Oh, so you'd have to redo that. Okay. I was curious. And then
you see, way down inside of me, darling, I have only one desire. And that one
could be over here.
and I know nobody else ain't gonna do.
Cause yeah, it's next to here. It's Overseer's camp. I'm just slow on the uptick. You just cannot see. Oh yeah, okay, I read that. So, I wonder when that would come back around to make it look like an AR.
It's a good message, friends. Keep things small, simple. Focus on the good things, the things that really matter. Oh my goodness, I'm such a broken record. Okay, so am I an awful person? I was thinking about this next song, Two Left Hands, and how it's just...
Attention, citizens. Nuclear
What's that
strike
nuke?
imminent.
That's like 3 in 2 hours, if not more.
Convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
I know you've heard about the
Okay. I think it was here. I think it said armor. It's seeing the dock for funsies. Wait. Oh, sorry. I thought it said armor workbench. Is it you then?
And they love to roam in the bay.
Oh, cool. Second skin achievement unlocked. Prevents damage from disease and airborne hazards. Wait, so I can't see, like, night vision, like? Boo. Boo. I want to know what it would give me. So another thing, I want to fix the UI so it's the right color. It's a little dark in that mode.
Tuxedo, the kind of suit he loves. His only trouble is when he's buying gloves, cause he's got to with a built-in beat in the bass, a built-in beat in the bass.
I'll change the UI color though. Because it doesn't do it for anything else. Oh, that's right. And then I was gonna check this. Ah, damn it. I spoiled myself in Fallout 4 by putting a mod on that let me do everything while wearing power armor, so I never had to take it off as Santa. It's because I'm so low leveled at it. Yeah, I think I'm just too low level or something. Okay, so it's already has. Well, good to know. In their defense, with America's current stockpile, if they launched one nuke every hour, it would take 156 days to empty it. I mean, yeah, probably. Wait, where am I going? I got excited. Something different. Where the heck are the rest of the miscellaneous? I can't turn these off.
Is there anybody out there
Oh wait,
who
here's one.
hasn't been burned by love?
There it is. Okay. Just buried it in there. There we go.
Gosh, now that I think about it, which is worse?
Damn, it's like someone beat her to death before she ended up... like she was already suffering from radiation poisoning.
Smile. Thinking about the people in my life who fit that description.
Jeez. I feel like that took more rounds than it should have. Seriously? Okay, I was like... I'm like emptying mags on these dudes. There it is. Oh, it's like aimbot. As long as you got AP, it's aimbot. I like how slow the velocity is on these things, though. Can I do the critical? Oh. Well. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, come here, you. Come here, don't run. Let me heal up. Increases hunger and thirst. My favorite. Wait, no, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to grab the healing salve. Instead, I just irradiated the shit out of myself. That's funny. Alright, let's get rolling. This is the way to the alien blaster there. If I remember correct. It was over this way somewhere. It was like towards where Lucy built his base, actually, now that I think about it. has more nukes? America or anyone else? Because I know Russia's maybe got 2, maybe 3 legitimate ones that you'd have to worry about, and the rest are all, like, probably defunct. Because they already haven't been producing the material for the amount of time that the half-life would already be over, so... So if they kept 2 or 3 of their big boys going, maybe. But outside of that, they don't really have nukes. Miloski. Wait, I can milk the Brahmin? That's cool. Miloski.
Not supposed to talk to people like you. Papa
Like what?
says you can't be trusted.
I don't even know your papa. Tell him to stop being an a-hole.
Plenty of unclaimed space up the road. Maybe you should give it a visit.
That sounds like you're sending people to go get their shit fucked up. I heard you might have had dealings with the gang up at the lumber mill.
West Virginia, no. Don't know anything about them. Now, I'd like you to leave.
Let's just say it's coming along, but very slowly and loudly. It's a tough world out there, and you can't always count on everyone. Here's Henry.
Beat you until you talk.
You'll go. Fine. We worked out a deal. Supplies for protection. What do you need to know to leave?
Tell me what deal you worked out.
Once a month. Food, ammo, scrap. Murray and me take it up to the mill ourselves. Gave us a password to get in. Blue Danube.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I need.
Plenty. A dozen, minimum. They don't let us in the main building, so I can't say how many were camped out in there.
Oh yeah, like I 100% believe that they're either defunct or straight up sold off. And still defunct because no one's used a nuke in, what, 80 years? Something like that? Say closer to 40 to 60, but yeah. Trying to remember the last time anyone's done nuclear tests. Any idea where they came from?
Bunch of cons from back east. They're not crazy though. Not like the Blood Eagles or the Scorch say. You can reason with them. They don't know how to farm or hunt. We do. So we worked out a deal. You have something you can offer them, you probably can too. Then by all means, beat it. Unless there's something else.
Yeah.
Just like everyone else. Except we like our privacy.
You trying to get rid of me?
Trying to let you know you're trespassing. Free to leave whenever you like.
Alright, you here for the treasure?
Nothing but trouble. We'd hope to start new lives here. Private ones. So much for that.
My bad. The last time was Super Reason North Korea did one. Well, they did a missile test, but I don't remember if they did an actual nuclear test. Because it was the ICBM that, you know, went into the water or whatever, wasn't it? I don't remember if there was an actual nuclear detonation, though.
are the ink spots thing ends. It's all over but the crying.
Carry it on. There you are. I'm glad they put in the area loot, so you can actually kind of loot the ones that get stuck in the ground back in the day. Sometimes you bash them a little bit too hard.
Forget about how much I care for you. It's all over.
Oh, that's right. I was going to make some tea, but it's already too late now. It was a detonation. They used a hydrogen bomb, which caused an earthquake. God damn. All right, that explains why we were mad at them for a bit there. I thought it was just the launch. Oh, Skybox. Alright, scrap. Yes. Does like no damage. Clear all these real quick. Cool. Okay.
Here's a song about the three people you can always rely on. Me, myself, and I. It's We Three by the Ink Spots.
Alright, no, it's a...
We're all alone, living in a memory. My echo, my shadow, and me. We three, we're not
That should be good.
We're not even company. My
Okay, so it is loaded.
my shadow and me. What good is the moonlight, the silvery moonlight that shines?
I think I'm good. Can't think of anything I need to actually do.
I walk with my shadow, I talk with my echo, but where is the one I lost? We three.
There's actually a Civil War museum in the game. Oh man, I haven't seen it. Oh, is that where you get some of the muskets and stuff? That's cool. How you doing, Limitless? I heard angry mole rat. Oh, I'm inside of him. Stop that. Oh crap. Bad dog. Oh, I actually out-leveled these guys, kind of. That's nice. Nice try.
That's
A valiant effort, sir. Oh, my day's pretty good. Just trying Fallout 76 4 years later, and so far, it's pretty fun. Surprisingly. Like, I thought this was gonna be, like, better, but I didn't think it would be, like, it's actually playable now compared to when I last played it. And it was just, like, couldn't really get anything done, or you get stuck in the ground, or just really weird glitches that were like day one Fallout 4 all over again. So, it's been actually pretty enjoyable. Because, yeah, I do a yearly Fallout 4 playthrough about every other year for Christmas. But I didn't get to this year because the mods I selected, or however I did it, I screwed it up. And when I tried to transfer it to the other computer, to the gaming PC, I screwed up. It was broke as hell.
Responders, priority alert! Looks like those damn wolves are on the hunt again. Forest Watch has spotted multiple packs, but the Alpha's whereabouts are unknown. I repeat, Alpha's location is unknown. We need to find and kill that Alpha wolf ASAP. Take out the smaller packs and draw out that Alpha. Just make sure you bring a lot of bullets. That big Alpha is a heap of trouble.
This next one goes out to the fella in a blue 76 jumpsuit who was recently headed into Gully Mine. Hope you're able to hear it.
Where are you at? My god, hit something, Smoothbore. Crap. Getting like stuck on the doorways a little bit because I'm so darn tall. There we go. Where'd you go? Come here, you. How do I keep missing? Oh, you're legendary. That's why I'm having so much trouble. Nope, nope. Got it. Where's the serrated revolutionary sword? Ooh, that's cool. You're going on the list. What was that, 9? No, 0. Haha! Fuck you, British! The other issue might be the muzzle loading pistol in a laser. You know what, though? We're back to where they're probably not going to get fixed up. So, amputations for everyone, you know? I do have to look up where to find more ammo at some point, because I don't even remember how I got it. But doing the new quest is really fun so far. Like, I like that it actually does the powder and packing and all that stuff. Like, that's cool. I have been trying to, like, conserve the ammo, though, so I should stop whipping it out, just because it's funny. I'm supposed to ask people over here. How's your day doing? Limitless? Technically, I was talking about you earlier, because I was talking about Bradley Cooper in Limitless, the movie. Because one of the pre-done faces for this game actually looked like Bradley Cooper. Come here, Lucky. You're gonna be my best friend now. Yeah. I'm like starting a teddy bear collection in my inventory. Objective error.
Break out your surfboards because
Can't sit on the ride.
wouldn't it be nice?
Oh, dude, we got Beach Boys in this game? That's pretty cool. Oh, and it's legit Beach Boys. It's not like a cover. I keep forgetting I gotta buy ammo. Monsters. kind of ammo does the black powder pistol take? 50 ball. So it is a 50. Oh, that's terrifying. That's a wide boy coming at you. Alright, so... 50 ball? No, just 50 rounds. Okay. Well, fine then. I didn't want your ammo anyways. Bloop. I win. This is definitely how I'd be during the apocalypse, just rolling around doing dumb shit. Having a good time the entire time. Oh, I heard someone say something. Gotta get back to killing. Stomp, 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 sneak. Wow, this thing does not do as much damage as I thought it would. Damage either. What else do I got? Let's try the meat machine. Hold still. How'd that not hit you? Sir, you were in my sights. Oh, maybe it's my frames. Like, thinking about it, I'm like, you know, the 35 frames per second is probably what's screwing me. Which I shouldn't even have 35 FPS, so I should restart the game. Yeah, come here, come here. Okay, it's not working. There we go. Same. Where you going? I just want to give you a hug. Alright, so there's so many legendaries dropping, I can actually start stripping the legendaries. I don't think that was even a thing before. Chem cooler. Teddy bears for the bear throne. Free food. Oh, it's light. I thought it was a lighter for some reason. I feel like this thing was actually murdering people during the Christmas or Halloween event, if there was one. Alright, so that reminds me of Stalker, which I need to finish at some point. Like, I started playing it with you guys, and I need to eventually just go through it. I mean, that's more of a game for when I have nothing else to play, and I think that's what I'm going to do with it. I was playing it a few months ago. It was pretty fun. I mean, 50 balls still hurts like hell if it hits you, you know. 75 muskets back then. Did they? Oh yeah, I suppose maybe. I always remember it being like 50s. Like even now, one of the black powder rifles I want to buy in real life for basically memes was it's a 50. I think it's a Buffalo rifle or Kentucky rifle, one or the other. Yeah, I think it was the Kentucky rifle is what it was called, and then it was like 50 ball. I was like, that's cool. That honestly sounds really fun. Got lost at the fair. Yeah, I'm feeling it's gonna be like up over here or something. Thought something was following me. I was like, what? I can't get in there, so then I guess I'll follow the actual marker and see what that does. Talk to you in a second, sir. Leibowitz?
Hey, get the hell out of here! Oh, you're not one of those creeps. Well, you here to rob me? Well, joke's on you. Don't got nothing.
I'm sure you'll find something. Hand over whatever you got. I heard you were bragging about being able to run everyone out of West Virginia lumber. How?
Ah, you talked to the well-done guy, huh? Well, yeah, I got a little trick up my sleeve. Could kill them all, if I wanted. But I'm not just giving it away.
Yeah, you can buy kits now to build black powder rifles. And I'm like, right now, at this point in my life, I want a stupid project to do with my hands, like, other than just building PCs, because you see how that goes. I've had 2 dead, capture cards in a year, or more like 3 months, and it bothers me. So I'm like, at this point, I don't want to mess with any of this. But what I do want to do is full-on, just build a black powder rifle so I could buy a powdered wig and just do stupid memes. And maybe upload them to like YouTube or something so that you guys can laugh at me. Dress up a friend as a filthy colonial or Brit, and while I'm dressed as a colonial.
Island nearby's got a big nest in it. Bring me an egg? I'll give you what I got.
Deathclaw egg, you monster. Alright. I think I already have one. Oh wait, no, I guess I didn't grab any while I was there.
Something nasty enough that I don't want to do it? Up to you, though.
Alright. Going.
Government issued
Vegan
astral
me.
transporter.
He picked
Snagged
me.
it on my way out of the lab. Takes your physical form and drops it right into the astral plane. Makes you nearly invisible.
Next to me.
A lot easier to take folks out of this world at the same time.
A lot easier to steal this thing if you got one of those. Okay. Something like that. Make you invisible. Why don't you grab the thing yourself?
Makes you invisible, not agile. I can't run so good since I escaped from the government. I bet you can.
What government is left during this time? Like, this game is so confusing to me because I actually know the lore. Like, I'm so confused on half the lore of this game. Alright, where is Jangles?
Every time I hear it. You do too, don't you? Aw, I know you do. Hey friends, Julie here. I wanted to take a second to talk about something important to me. This radio station. I try not to talk about myself too much, but maybe you've heard me mention it before.
Jangles is what I think he is. It's always a monkey in Fallout.
But I've had more than my share of bad times. I don't say that to get you to feel sorry for me. I know that so many of you out there have
Can
had
have another Jangles.
difficult lives too. Some far, far harder than mine. I say it because I want you to know I can relate.
Shrubs. You are now my best friend, along with all my other best friends.
Struggle.
Little ginger snuggles.
Thing that always kept me going, always meant something to me. It's this place. This radio station. This music. These songs playing out across the world for everyone to hear. They mean so much to me. They remind me of good times, of people I care about, things that really matter. They offer hope. I know it's cheesy, but hey, it's true. When I heard that people were coming back to Appalachia, I knew I had
It's
to make a trip.
Appalachia, please. Stop it. Y'all are so mean.
I'm not gonna act like it's mine, like I own it or anything. I've fixed some things up,
They from California or something? They don't know how to say nothing.
It doesn't belong to me. But I want to make sure it stays on the air because maybe it can give someone else hope. Maybe that someone is you. So, I hope you hear this music and it makes you smile or makes you think of someone you care about. That's what it's here for. That's what I'm here for.
That means like I'm leveling up something.
Guess I should probably get back to actually playing all that music I keep talking about, huh? And now, here are the very prolific Andrews sisters with Straighten Up and Fly Right.
Imported Chinese panda. So Jingles, where are you?
A buzzard took a monkey for a ride in the air. The monkey thought that everything was on the square. The buzzard tried to throw the monkey off of his back, but the monkey grabbed his neck and said, "Now listen, Jack. Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top. Ain't no use in diving. What's the use of diving? Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top.
It's like, I feel like that's alive. Because I noticed it as soon as I turn around. I'm like, it ain't moving, so maybe I'm alright. Nuka-Cola. Alright, if I was going to be Jangles, I'd want to be up high, so... How many people died on this slide? I'm guessing the nukes came as they were coming down or something. And they just freaking died. Oh, that's funny. Jangles. Oh, I just realized I'm outside of the search area. Alright, so we've kind of established the search area is just like here on. These crotch level barriers.
Here's one that might cheer you up on a rad stormy day, or serve as an excellent background for watching someone fall down repeatedly.
No, I can't grab the fuel. What about the melon? I didn't think it's on ground level, but like, I'm trying to think where else I can look that's up high. Because that's where I was saying he would be, is definitely somewhere high. It's Jangles. Jangles the moon monkey. Try up there. Fuck. It's not real. Dang it. I'm gonna guess up there, but how the heck would I get up there? That's where I guessed as soon as I was coming into the area. But from what I can see, I can't see a way to even... get to move. What's going on? Oh, okay, I'm low on cores. So it's gotta be something that's accessible. Like, that was accessible. But is still in the search area, so... I'm still thinking it's somewhere in there, but I don't know how to get in there, because I thought I saw him on my way in. Like, midway up. Like, right around there. that's probably wrong. Let's try there. Come on, you. Up, up. Nope, can't jump in. Oh, this is close enough. This might work. Up, you. Up! Yelling at my broom to go up. Without my armor. I wonder if I could jump higher. Nope. Okay. Not on the ground. A lot of friends had issues with the one. Yeah, if you want to tell me at this point, I have no idea where to even look. Because it's kind of funky getting around this place. Yeah, I figured it wouldn't be low. But I also don't see good ways up. Oh. Red kiosk roof. Wait, it's the one I'm looking at? This one? How the hell do I get up there now? Or do you mean this one? One that has the big barbecue. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that was it. Hot dog. Unless it's that one. Flatbed near Red Rocket. So I'm gonna guess that one. So yeah, it is that one. Or wait, is it this one? They're like equidistant. Did it? Oh. I would have never guessed this in, like... In Fallout, they never let you check in the back of these trucks. If they're closed for good, basically. Need a level up. Oh, that would have killed me if that was set. Okay, so that's grenades and stuff. Oh, the kiosk, not the trail. Well, still, I found some good stuff in here. But, okay. So, did I not just walk through here? Oh, there he is. Jangles the Moon Monkey. How did I walk right past him? I literally looked at him earlier too. Oh my god. I did, and I was like, haha, Jangles in my brain. And then, oh, I'm so mad at myself because I legitimately saw him.
Did you crack open a Nuka-Cola for that?
But I was looking for the dude at that time, so I wasn't really thinking about it.
Donations are appreciated.
Alright, where was I going?
What's up with old man Mose? Here's Eddie Duchin to fill you in.
Find the egg. Alright, where was the egg? Yep, so that was where he had his base earlier. Alright, let's go back to Deathclaw Island. Why is my AP just draining like a mother? Am I just that overweight? Oh, I am. Okay. Yeah, I can't even sprint. Yeah, it's fine. I'll figure something out. I haven't heard this song in forever. If we combine our brains, we get at least 90 IQ. Yeah, yeah. I hear super mutants. Wait. There's a super mutant. I know I heard it. Okay. Oh, there you are. Hi! Oh god, I'm out of AP. No wonder. Freaking stamina. There we go. Oh, hey, look, perfect. Perfect spot for it, too. Cool. Sujunk. How's my weight? Cool, I'm still overweight. Let me break down some of these guns then. Shotgun. Dang it, why is it doing that? There it goes. Alright. Short hunting rifle.
getting together to party? Of course.
Say it right. Say it right, damn it. I'm just gonna stop letting it bother me. Alright. Can I repair at one of these, please? Yeah, not repair my... Oh, I'd have to do that back in my base. Oh, okay.
Nobody follow but mine. Oh, Lord. Nobody follow but mine. I don't need my tongue blind.
I don't remember killing a wolf, but apparently I got wolf ribs. I want to try some grilled rad roach. Sounds good. Sounds like chicken. About the backpack, it doesn't matter if you're in power armor since your clothes and stuff get unequipped when you enter it. Oh yeah, I noticed that too. You have to find the power armor station. Yeah, that's what I thought. My power armor station is back in my base. Oh, he doesn't have a weapon station. Okay. It's fine. Hate that it only does this Pip-Boy and whatnot, but it doesn't do like the rest of my UI. Blue. I want blue. I really don't like that it unequips your armor when you're in your armor. It should still help you a little bit, you know? That's why there's a mod for that in Fallout, though.
I really like this song, but sometimes I'm reminded that this idea
Already
goes
killed you.
both ways.
So, I'm
Presented
good.
with the worst of circumstances, but still make the right
Crap.
choice. It's up to you. I wish I knew the story behind this next song, because it was written so long ago, but it's so appropriate pretty much every day in Appalachia. Here is Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition.
Oh, this song. I mean, it doesn't have to be colorblind friendly to me. But as in, I just like the lighter blue that they let you do in Fallout 4, I think it is, and 3. Yeah, I think 3 and 4 had it, and New Vegas had it as well, where you can change your UI to be, instead of like the tan kind of color and yellows, it was all blue, and I really liked the way that looked. Felt more Vault-Tec to me, but also just looked nice. Can I smash this? It's got a health bar. Oh god. I'm sorry. I mean, I was kind of hoping that would be what happens, but Jesus Christ. Birth to America.
You find me my egg?
Yeah.
Well, hello. That is a beauty. When you're hatched, you're gonna call me Papa. Here. Goes
Oh
away.
no.
Make the most of it.
I was hoping that's what he was going to use it for, though, instead of eating. I have that. Now we're going to go kill the gang leader. Oh, whoa. Alright, relax. Easy, big guy, easy, you know. Yeah, apparently you can do private servers now and stuff, so I wonder if there's mods for the game where you can just server side the mods. And anyone who joins, they automatically end up with the mods. I thought it said Rhodesian flower, and I was like, never heard of that. I've heard of the place, though. More Super Boys. Just died of no reason. Guess natural causes. Whoa, is that a fireball? What is that thing? Stop that. Come here, Squishy. Yeah, cool.
She cussed and cried and said I'd lied and she wished that I was dead.
Oh yeah, I can break down the board.
From deep down Texas way, we got no pals. They don't like the way we play. We're a rough, rootin' tootin' shootin' trio, but you've seen my sister Cleo. She's a terror, make her hair, but there ain't no laissez-faire. Here's what we tell her. Lay that pistol down.
Oh, that was neat. It's kind of cool that there's a lot more visual storytelling because they made the world be less lame. I always died of those flying pimples. Yeah, see, power armor. Which reminds me, because you died, let me get some food. Steak. What are you doing? Go away! Cultists. I hate cultists. Oh, I accidentally gave her what she wanted. That's the worst. Drink it. Ew.
Till one night I didn't sing right. Now I'm on the run. Oh, lay that pistol down, babe. Lay that pistol down. Pistol packing mama. Lay that pistol down. Oh, pistol packing mama. Lay that pistol down.
That's what you get, a-hole.
Get ready, because here comes Count Basie with Jumpin' at the Woodside.
You know, if you think about it, by taking fertilizer out of the cow, you've just taken its poop. I mean, at least you got explosives for later, or you can use it to, you know, grow crops. Personally, though, I don't think fertilizer bombs are super useful, realistically. You need too much fertilizer to make it actually useful. There's better ways to do that sort of thing. That was funny. Trying to figure out what it's supposed to be. Like, usually Fallout creatures make sense. You can kind of tell where they came from. Even, like, Yaoguai or bears and, you know, Death Claws or those lizards. Yeah, it's the elements in it. Yeah. Like, and there's ways to extract it, but like I said, too much effort. Fuck that. That's a bandit symbol if I've ever seen one. Got the truck up there. Real quick, read this quest. Wait. Leibowitz gave me several stealth boys. Invisibility tech could really help. Yeah, but it gives you cancer, so probably won't use it. Yeah, like the Chinese had the stealth suits, which were really good apparently, and the Americans made the stealth boy, which gives you cancer. It doesn't work so good.
Yeah.
Got a delivery. Lead and lots of it.
Oh yeah? What's the password?
The password, which I definitely know, is Blue Danube. Which, I like using this.
Come on in.
Dad always used to ask if I had ants in my pants when I couldn't sit still. I guess maybe Chick Webb's dad did the same thing, since here he is singing about it.
Those mutant things that were here before, I thought they were tough stuff. Almost kind of sad.
I'd avoid the river. Unless you like swimming in mutant guts.
So you can actually kind of join bandit gangs now. That's kind of cool. Has been the junk jet. So now why can't I make a sprawling fortress like this? I mean, look, you got a saw here for lumber or people. That's cool. Fellsuit is in the game? Oh, that's so cool. Just buy a jar of gunpowder. Yeah, exactly. And, like, you're less likely to get in trouble. The stealth suit is in the game. I mean, you can just use legendary perks, but the suit is there too. Love me a tight suit. I bet you do, Panda. So when are you gonna cosplay it for us? Give me pie. Give me pie. Oh, you bastard. I wanted the pie. You monsters. How dare you? Kill this guy. I want to check this stuff out. Oh wait, so all my points are in luck. Does that mean I can win it? Like same animation every time. To do a different one? Or is it actual possible to win this one?
Some people say a man is made out of mud. A poor man's made out of muscle and blood. Muscle and blood and skin and bones. A mind
Oh, they turn into alcohol over time. Oh, that's neat. It's kind of cool. Company store. It's actually a numbers game, and it might take a while. I think around the 100th try, you actually get a 99% chance to win. Yeah, here, look at my special. Like, there's no way I don't. I got 10. That's the best you can get. Minus if I, you know, put on a +1 or something. Oh, go back. Dang it. Accidentally held it for too long. Hate when I do that. I'm glad these bases don't consider you stealing. Like, I really appreciate that. Oh wow, I only got 25% left. This'll tea. It's a chunk with a beer cozies in it. I've always wanted one of those hats just for funsies. What's wrong with that? Ink. Sorry, I didn't mean to actually drink it. I just wanted to see what it would do. Pilsner is, because I always see the word Pilsner, meaning, you know, that specific type of beer. I wonder what's so special about it. Or if that's like the location it was made.
How many bottle caps do you think it would take to equal 16 tons? I bet one of you smarty pants dwellers can do the math on that.
Wait, I can scrap items while I'm like this. Cool. Alright, let's get to doing the good stuff. Now that I realize I have a spot I can scrap, let's take everything that's not nailed down and scrap it.
You see something you like, Gen Pop? Bother someone else.
Not really. You look like you can barely pick up a gun. I like my women with thighs that can crush my skull. Oh, which I don't know if you saw that the other day, Panda. I ended up sharing a link to someone actually crushing a fake skull with her thighs. And I was like, that's so fucking sick. Like, that's amazing. Your flat stick, you can never pull off the suit in real life. Ah, bullcrap. You'd still look good. Gotta have that
Missing
confidence.
something, Tin Man?
Even I'm like, you
Toto,
know,
check the river.
kind of working out again so I can start cosplaying again. Now that like cons are kind of back on and shit. And if anything, like I said, I can do dumb shit while wearing, you know, a powdered wig. There's actually... Okay, and then I read that bit
Hey,
about
Gen
the
Pop,
thing.
I smell? I washed these clothes like 3 times. Still think they reek of mutant blood.
Don't get mutant blood on your shit then. Oh, I got sunglasses. Like that. Oh, it's not whack anyone yet.
For now. Missing something, Tin Man? If you're looking for Toto, check the river.
Well, I'm about to kill y'all, so... Oh, I have that landmine inside my stuff, so I'm gonna put that on the second floor. I'm gonna trap up the second floor like a mofo. It's gonna be hilarious.
What would the modern equivalent of this be? Deathclaw Steak Pete. Doesn't quite have the same ring to it.
Nice.
Mutt Chops Pete. That just sounds like you're making fun of his face. I'll keep working on it, friends.
Here. Give me some drugs.
Bother someone else.
Shut up. Get out of my way. This is mine now. Assert dominance. Ah, I can't do anything. Just trying to run into her so she'd move. Oh, like you can bulk out the stuff. That's cool. Right.
I'd avoid the river, unless you like swimming in mutant guts.
Yes?
Those mutant things that were here before thought they were tough stuff. Almost kind of sad.
Wait, did I not just make a bunch of mines? I made like 8.
The hell you looking at?
For some reason it shows I only have 4.
Boss is inside, so feel free to get out of my face.
Enjoy.
Isn't that one a classic? I feel like everyone knows the first few lines, and then after that, they're often just mumbling along, not knowing the
Wait, I wasn't ready.
Always fun to see. Well, this one pretty much sums it up for me.
No one's heard
Here's
from back.
Bing Crosby, backed up by
Suspects he
the
finally
Andrews
managed to get
sisters,
himself
who
killed.
Don't fence me in.
That was a long shot anyway. Always figured it'd take someone coloring with a full box of crayons to find us our prize.
Yeah, that was it for my mines. I swear I just made like 8 though. Huh. Alright, whatever, I guess.
Let me be by myself in the evening breeze and listen to the murmur of the cottonwood trees. Send me off forever, but I ask you please.
Oh, 3 hours ago. Okay, so it does tell you. I literally just made those mines, though. Alright, whatever. 4, I guess. It'll have to do. Just in a minute. After I initiate this. Hey, you. I'm here to fuck you
The
up.
one with the password? Presume someone gave it to you because they thought you could be useful. Name's Roper. Now, explain to me why the hell you're taking up my air.
Ilya.
Just a little band of friends, working together for the common good. Our common good. We call ourselves the Free Radicals, because that's what we are. Free. Now, you have any other time wasters you wanted to throw at me? Is that so? And why exactly would I do that?
Because if you don't, I'm gonna kill you really bad.
Don't know why you care so much, but fine. We'll get Crane's treasure ourselves. Now get out of here before I change my mind.
I'm gonna smash you anyways.
We'll just find the treasure ourselves, if that's all right.
That was actually a lot easier than I thought it was gonna be. What? Where'd you get more health? No healing. Cheater. Oh, actually, I'm fine. Probably need fast healing.
Here's a song near and dear to my heart, reminding us that we carry with us the places and people from our past. It's In a Shanty in Old Shantytown.
Hey, turn it off. You want my wife to find out about us?
Oh, come on. I want to make a recording of us. You said you were gonna ditch that old hag when we got back anyway.
Fine, but it goes with you when we leave. And you need to promise to destroy it if word ever gets out about it.
Say it again so the mic can hear you. The name.
Crane.
And where is this Crane?
I saw him. We were at this bar. The Wayward, just north of Flatwoods.
And what does he know?
He said he was on the trail of this
There's
ball.
something died or someone's buried down here when they were digging this area out. Get Jackie to bring down a dog. Sniff it out. Can't stand the stench too much longer. About to hurl.
I'll consider the topic clarified. You think it's the treasure?
I don't know. He didn't say.
Well, seems like that'd be worth finding out, wouldn't it?
Yes?
Are you afraid of me?
Didn't mean to take that, but I guess
Don't be. We're not
I can
monsters
scrap it
here.
all.
We're pragmatists. You can get off the floor.
Are you... You're not going to kill me?
Not unless you give me a reason. Do you have a place to go?
No.
Do you want one?
What would you need me to do?
Go upstairs. Have a meal and a drink. Share what you know. Maybe it'll jog some memories. From there, we can talk.
And if I wanted to leave?
yeah, let me start scrapping down some of these weapons.
A little family. We take care of our own. Rest of the world, be damned.
Yeah, this actually carry around a modified powder flask that actually just holds whiskey. Who else did that? I feel like that was a Pirates of the Caribbean type move. Actually does good damage. I'll give it a shot. It's level 5.
So, I can't say I totally agree with Cass Daly on this, but let's just say, if you do find good people out there in the world, do what you can to stick with them.
Now here's a story with a moral, and all you gals better pay some mind. 'Cause if you find a man worth keeping, be satisfied. Make sure to treat him kind, because a good man is hard to find. You'll always get the other
No.
kind.
Shit. There's a compare button, but I don't see it. Maybe it's only when it's up here.
Messing around some other gal, and then you rave. You even crave to see him laying right in his grave. So if your man is nice, take my advice. Hug him in the morning, kiss him every night, give him plenty of loving, treat him right.
Yeah, wasn't there a way to compare? I don't know. Well, anyways. Alright, 5111. So. Yeah, okay, I'll stick with what I got.
And since he's gone, boy, I really miss him. You see, most girls have to kiss a man to hold him. But me, I have to hold him to kiss him.
Shit's funny.
As a matter of fact, he wasn't much of anything, but at least he was a man. And if he comes back to my little grass shack, I'm gonna hug him in the morning, kiss him every night, give him plenty loving, treat him right, because a good man nowadays is hard to find. Yes, sorry, girls, they say that opportunity knocks but once. And when that once is gone, sister, it's gone forever. So girls, if you get a man, there's just one but. Keep a smile on your face and keep your big mouth shut. I've learned my lesson now and everything's fine. And if he comes back, I'll never, never step out of line. 'Cause I know what to do when the day's through. Gonna hug him in the morning, kiss him every night, give him plenty of loving, treat him right, because a good man nowadays is hard to
Cool to actually make armor you can step in like this. I already know how I would do the hands. It's just the rest, getting it to stay together without you standing in it. It's kind of tough. Oh no. I'd sure be ashamed if you followed me this way and hit the mine. Where did I put that mine? Guns I got.
That's not good.
While scenes from the past rise before me, just watching the bubbles in my beer, a vision of someone who loves me brings a lone silent tear to my eye. Oh, I
This way. Where did I put that mine?
been a failure, just watching the bubbles in my beer.
Well, all right.
Wanted to give it another go, huh?
It really does kind of work like aimbot. I don't really like that. Oh, someone else already took it. That someone wasn't me. The mines go.
That, my friends, was Bob Will. You guys don't be a Bob and sit around feeling sorry. Get back out there. Do something.
That's my aim like that.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Oh, yeah. Gotta swap to the weapons that actually do good damage. What the fuck? Oh. Yeah, I have no idea where those mines went. It's pretty dumb. That's something else. So when she set off that mine, I feel like it rearranged this whole room. Alright. Alright, let me grab everything, scrap it all, and then we can get out of here. 4 caps, you cheap bastards. Where's all my money? At least I guess I'm getting 775, I think it was, to finish this. That's why there's like one more lamp I didn't grab. Alright, and only 1, maybe 2 mines went off as far as I know.
It's like all the nails and the coffin and everything, you included, shoved into a blender. And that's if you remember any of it.
Well, boy, if it isn't that thing you were talking about. Alright, where is it? Oh, that fire rate is just sad. That is some real balancing they've tried to do for this game. Like the round sounds, little baby rounds, and then the velocity on that is just ridiculously slow. I can see why I prefer melee. Like as far as this game goes, I definitely preferred the melee. Hands down, was way more interesting. But easy peasy, scrap the whole place. Oh, so what I was gonna say about the powder flask wasn't oh god, who was it? Barbosa from Pirates of the Caribbean that was carrying that around. I am here to exterminate you. Where'd they all go? Cool. Oh. Well. Suppose let me finish killing everyone first. Oh, heck. Who took out the turret? Or did they just blow themselves up? Man, I thought I was gonna get to kill the outside of this place. How to be king of the castle. Yeah, I feel like I had a lot more the first time I played. So I'm really wondering, what the heck did they do? Like, why does the Caps game feel so tiny?
Oh my goodness, does that one swing? Am I allowed to say that every part of that song is my favorite part? It's too hard to decide otherwise. Okay, my brother Matty, as a kid, oh boy, did he laugh at Fats Waller blurting out, "Believe me." Oh, Matty.
Third person at all.
Wherever you are, I hope
Alright,
you can
well,
hear
whatever.
this, and I hope you're still laughing.
Might be a perk that gives more caps. Yeah, but that's part of why I had luck. And, like, I swear I was swimming in caps last time I played. So I wonder if when they moved everything over, they also kind of nerfed everyone's caps. Like, for some of us that might have had, like, 50 grand on us, they're like, ha ha ha, 0. Because I know I definitely had a bunch of caps last time I played. There was nothing to really spend it on. So being down to, like, 160 just seems weird to me. I'll have to check. I think I have some saved VODs somewhere. Alright, well, all the free radicals are dead, so that's fun. Putting the guy's head on a pike or something neat, because that'd be sweet. Okay, so it's indoors. Oh yeah, no, I fully agree. That's what I mean, like, so where did my money go? Where's the money, Lebowski? Leave the wayward alone. Now talk to the Duchess. I almost wasted all that time. Play for just long enough to go turn this in, and then I'll be back tomorrow. So as long as my... You're done downloading by now, but as long as the audio is sounding good today, I'm happy, because that was the big struggle last week. I was trying to figure that out. I was fiddling with the mic a lot. and then had to swap full on which mixer I was using because the... What the fuck? Where'd you come from? Nice try. Who else wants to play? I'm the king of the castle. Virginia, Curse of the Wendigo. Can you actually read them? You find it then, actually. Does? Alright, cool. And then, like, the game audio is nice and balanced, I hope. But yeah, like, I did Darktide last week, and I let my deaf ears kind of figure out the audio levels for it. I was like, this sounds fine. Then I went back and listened to it, like, as if I was a viewer. I maxed it out real quick, because that's how it starts. And I was just like, holy crap, how is anyone hearing me? And then, like, the game was so loud, it was literally drowning out my voice. I'm like, it's on top of me having mic issues. Like, oh man, I can see why people wouldn't want to watch that sort of thing. I'm like, damn, that's loud. So. Woad. More woad. I was half asleep. Yeah, you did say, well, there was a different one that you're talking about. That was when I had the chill one. Transfer. Full location. Wish there was a button where you could just be like scrap all. Aluminum foil. That's gotta be rare during an apocalypse. Of all things, like aluminum foil, I feel like would be one of the hardest things to find. Rat poison. That's good for explosives too. Like the nitrous or whatever. It starts with an N. That's in it. It's like nitric acid or something like that. Nitrous acid. Based off the game radio, game sounds clear too. But then again, never really found 76 at high quality in the first place. Well, yeah, it's more about balance for me. Like, I don't want the game to drown me out, but I also don't want to be one of those streamers that, I don't know if you've ever seen them, they basically mute the game or damn near it, and then all you hear is them talking. It's like, but I also want to hear what's going on. They're like full on watching a cutscene, but you can't hear the game. It's like, what's the point? And the way that 3D put it is, oh, it's me show. As in, like, the person just doesn't care about actually playing the game. It's just all about that person that's playing. I'm like, I guess. Let's repair this thing. Fine.
Take the sound of it anymore? Who will emerge victorious?
Uranium, 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 uranium. I'm gonna dig this to boy. Oil's so fashioned and gold don't glitter no more. Hey, oil's so fashioned and the gold don't
Just a repair all function. Be nice. do. Uses perception. Yeah, sure. That's right, I haven't used the helmet light. Ah, I completely forgot it was there. I don't have it for both legs? Oh, that's weird.
I don't want to set the world on
Ah,
fire
that's fine.
is next, and don't worry, Ink Spots. Someone already beat you to it. Too much? Too soon? Sorry.
I don't want to set the world on fire.
I like that it does use the least filled one first, though. I forgot I already alluded that. Alright, cool. So I finally repaired my dang power armor. It was a very successful day. How the heck do I get out of here?
In my heart I have but one desire, and that one is you. No other
I was like, miss the spikes, miss the spikes. Ah, that could have been really bad. Yeah, so one of the other things I was gonna say is I'm glad that usually my balance is really well done. So I'm not drowning people with just noise. But you can only turn people so loud, like turn people so far up, which is why I try to keep it leveled but loud enough that, like, you know, you can turn it down to like half volume and then you're good. Because there's some setups that I've seen people do where it's like they literally have everything maxed out and I can still barely hear their stream. But he stopped streaming, so the frustration became too much for him. And I feel bad, but it's like at the same time I kind of gave him tips on how to make his stuff a little bit more accessible for some of us that are hard of hearing and whatnot. Because I'd even have my headphones on and have it maxed out and I still couldn't hear him. Like, it was always coming in like, you know, and I'm just like, huh? And he's like, oh. And then he would yell something and I'd hear that just fine. So it's like, you know, if you can get that volume, but like make your gain up by like 5, it'd be perfect. And I guess he didn't know how to set it up like that. Hell, I offered to go to his house and do it. I was like, I'll just come over and do it for you. Like you've seen, I've literally built my OBS on stream before when it cleared itself. Sorry, my left ear doesn't work. Yeah, it's both my ears though. But yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I think they were playing God of War at the time, and even that I could barely hear. I was just like, I hear there's a fight happening, but like it's super quiet. So like I couldn't really tell what was going on in a way that was fun. So I wasn't really enjoying myself when I can't hear the game and can't hear the person. Or like I think one of the problems was I was able to hear him decently after a while, like he kind of figured out his own audio, but the games were always still too quiet.
Here comes Chick Webb with a really fun instrumental called Midnight in a Madhouse.
Buddy? You scared of sheep? Dude, I am noticing these people just die. Why are these people just dying? Oh, maybe someone else already came through and killed them all. That's a warlord and whatnot. Can't do that in power. Me. Alright. Let me help finish you off, send you to your friends. You're a big guy.
Run away! Bighorn, kill brothers.
Bighorn. You sure I can't just be friends with you? Sheep Squatch. Come on, be my friend. Huh. Oh, I feel really bad. How do you heal? I'm so confused about the damage in this game. Serious Quill. Big part of the skull. There, I sent you to your brothers. Now what is this Mysterious Quill? I hate that the controls don't work right. Like, it should be Q and E to do these, and then A and D to do these. And then up and down is S and W. Because that's how it works in Fallout 4, so it really grumps me out that it doesn't work that way. Alright, new was Mysterious Quill. I do like that they added the new stuff, like that wasn't there before. What can I do with this? Need a bone. Guided meditation event? Alright, I would actually kind of go to that just to see what happens. Where even is that? Oh wait, no, I didn't think... Okay, I guess we'll do this real quick and then we'll turn it in. Teleporting events are free, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, but I didn't think it was gonna... Okay. I thought you sign up for it, then you all get teleported when it's ready, like it used to. Alright, I guess we'll do this real quick. Oh, I did this before, but it was like real junk back then. Like, this actually looks kind of decent now.
Pleasant greetings. Please gather at the Tranquility Sanctum for today's guided meditation, taking you on a spiritual journey toward transcendence. We will begin shortly. Take a moment to appreciate your surroundings. And remember, your generous enrollment donations make this spiritual journey possible.
You've been drafted. Please do not resist. Yeah, kind of.
Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Inhale, 2, 3. Hold, 2, 3. Exhale, 2, 3, 4. Good. And repeat. Let the spiritual incense fill your lungs. Imagine your path to enlightenment as 3 transcendent pillars rising toward the sky. Now, imagine orbs of sublime energy around you. Reach out and gather them. Bring them to your pillars. This is how we will attain transcendence. As you build your pillars of transcendence,
I was having fun.
surrounded by discordant forces that seek
Since
to
when can they
hinder
shoot?
your spiritual enlightenment.
Just seems so weird to me that they can shoot
Banish
now.
them using whatever positive affirmations you wish, and do not let them tear down your pillars.
Really?
You are strong. you can overcome
Side
this
meditation.
and any other negativity.
Side meditation.
Sometimes the discordant forces prove to be too difficult to keep out, and your pillars of
Oh, it's
transcendence
over there somewhere.
may falter. Take solace, for the holistic light shines bright when you need it the most. Bathe in its glow until you feel it reinvigorate your pillars.
What? Hit him!
Now that you have everything visualized, I will begin a series of positive affirmations while you act to achieve transcendence. Imagine you are floating along in a cloud of pure emotional bliss. If the cloud is mauve-colored, chant a calming phrase until it is not.
New. It's fun. Stop it. Trying to be relaxing. Had all that soap and didn't even use it.
Align your spiritual aura with the pillars of transcendence. Draw in energy from the outside. Attune it to your spirit and pass it through.
From me. I'm trying to relax.
You're feeling so
Feels like
relaxed
Bullet
right
Train.
now.
Every time you try to chill, someone's got to come and ruin it. Why is this not killing you? There we go. Can't see anything past the shutdown in 30 minutes thing.
Your existence on this world is merely temporary. The palace of the winding path will help you ascend beyond that limitation. Follow my voice. Listen to my meditations. Let them calm you. Let me guide you to a place of peace and tranquility.
In. Hold. Out. So good.
Your transcendental journey may be long, but patience is key to spiritual well-being. Be sure to book your next day with us now and save 10% off a future spiritual aura cleansing.
You know, for a robot voice, still pretty relaxing. wonder if it'll play something relaxing that goes with it.
Maintain a sense of tranquility. Push aside any internal strife. It's important to transcend your physical boundaries while at peace with yourself. Only through complete transcendence will you attain true enlightenment and exceed your physical bounds.
Legendary crafting. Mods can be re-rolled any number of times at a crafting station. Cool. Do I get teleported back? Treasury note, 10 billion. Wonder what that's for. Yeah, how do I get out of here now? Fine. I'm encumbered. No. Why? I think we'll do the pit later if we don't have to pay money for it. Like, if that's just part of the game, I'm definitely going to try it out. I like the pit expansion to, what was it, New Vegas, I think, had the pit. Pretty sure it was New Vegas. Crap was fun. Ugh. Go away. How does this not hit? Like, what is the reach on these hammers, man? Feels super inconsistent. Damage increase as health increases. So if you're full health, you're basically golden. Is there crafting here? Wait, is that Fort Pickett? Oh, I've been there. Oh, Prickett. I was like, I've been there. I know where that is. £100 overweight. Alright, fun. Got one way I can get through this. His beer strength. As Duke. Almost. Cup of noodles. just realized I'm killing myself with all the rats. Which way? Oh, we're close. What's even the point of drinking this then? How much these weigh? Like a third of a pound? Okay. Wait, you can use this Rad-X? Oh, that's cool. 409 out of 390. Three kinds of buffs. Alright, now I just need to drop something else that weighs something. Should do it. Throw all the drugs in a blender and chug it. Yeah, that's just kind of thinking. I was like, you want to have a wild weekend, that's the way to do it. Fucking, it ran out right then. Crap. Come on. Where is it? Ah, thank God. I didn't realize you get straight up stranded when you do these events. Oh, man. Oh. Just realized, monkeys, I forgot to do their officer club visit. My bad. But I'll definitely have to do it next time. I was just so into the game, I kind of forgot what I was supposed to be doing. Went on autopilot for the majority of that.
You're back. You managed to get those punks out of our hair yet? Well, that's good to hear. Though, judging by that look in your eye, I have exactly 0 follow-up questions on the method of your negotiations. But you did good. Shows maybe you could be trusted. Maybe. But there's still the issue of my missing muscle.
And he started throwing more
We went out
grenades.
chasing some unsavory characters. Never came back.
Yeah, they're probably
two
dead.
of the tougher cookies I've met in my day. So them being gone this long means something happened. You track them down? Maybe I remember a thing or two about this.
Yeah, the
thing,
countdown has
fella.
been bugging me for almost 15 minutes now. Because it's like really interrupting like everything going on. Sure, I found you
Music
people.
to my ears. Missing person number 1's named Polly. Got a transmitter in her. You could track her with your little radio there. Missing person number 2 goes by Saul. Those two are closer than toes and bad stilettos. So if you find one, the other's likely close by. Find them for me, and I'll pay you for the privilege of getting to yell at them in person. Appreciate it. Polly's tracking frequency. Find out what happened to him. If I need to find new people, I'd like to at least ensure I tried to do right by the old ones.
Woohoo, I'm rich. Alright, for now I'm gonna jump out of here just so I can move on. And as for you guys, I hope you all had fun. Cred's still not working. Come on, man. Let me get a new link for it real quick while we're sitting here, because I can't test it outside of stream. Streamlabs, why do you make your website so hard to use these days? There we go. Okay, let me try this. Why is the bot acting like that? Here, let me restart the bot too while I'm at it. Oh, it's not even connected to anything. It must be about that time to reauthorize. No, I accidentally logged it in wrong. Alright, fuck it. No bot right now. That's gonna be really annoying to do real quick. It just logged into the wrong account. Alright, credits, properties. Drop the link there, boom. And boom. Why the hell doesn't it work? Click it in Streamlabs. Anyways, I'll fix the bot in a minute after I get offline. Yep, that's gonna be it for me. I hope you all had fun. This has been Beard. Later. Dad advice for today, though. Dad advice would have to be, hey, remember the phrase, might as well. Like, I just put this cup down, I finished drinking it, and I'm not doing anything for a while, but might as well pick it up and bring it to the kitchen just so it's at least already there. Stuff like that. While you're there, might as well rinse it out. You know, stuff like that. It works great. It's one of the ways I've been using to help clean my room and stuff like that and rearrange as I've been doing. Like, my rearrange and cleaning is usually once a year. I like deep clean and do all this stuff. So, yeah. Remember that phrase, it should come in handy. But that's going to be it for me. Again, this Beard, thank you all for coming out. Love you very much, and good night.